So, uh, welcome to session number 5 of our one shot, which in which our vampire coterie has entered day number 2 or night number 2, and after having woken up in the safe house that Ash told you to go to, Umwiru, her sort of sheriff figure, popped out of coffin with you in the same room. And that was fun because you forgot to pick him up on the way there, so he had to find his own way there. He was not extremely pleased about that, but you managed to sort of just stay calm enough that he, didn't. Yeah, hotel for dogs, good.
I'm just keeping note of what the plot threads were, and
No worries. Yeah, that's good stuff. And in any case, he gave you a little bit of information about the Anarch group that is here, led by Ash. And before you left the safe house, he stopped Madeline and asked a little bit about if they had looked at the strange bedroom with the room within a room in it, and you told him that you'd seen it, but you didn't investigate any further. Y'all then traipsed out into the night and over the dune onto the beach, and all three of you managed to successfully execute a series of hunts for your preferred targets and slake your thirst. It is, now approximately 10:30 at night, and you've all reconvened by the dune set of stairs next to the safe house, the Muiru, and he asked you all what you would be doing, and you weren't too sure, but concluded that session with, well, let's go hunt a Nosferatu. So, that being said, Muiru is there with you. You theoretically could walk back out to your car and go wherever you please, or you can interact with him and see if he knows anything more, or suppose call you members of the vampire main coterie around here that you actually did get the contact information for, which I think might just be Ash at this point.
I think I actually asked Awero for his number last time.
He would have given it to you then.
Yes. And with last time's experience, I did get premonition.
Excellent.
So I'm guessing we're all back together at the stairs right in front of where the safe house was. So I would like to what was that?
Oh, sorry, that was just me thinking out loud a little bit. I'm sorry.
I thought someone got disconnected. I'd like to use premonition. I don't know if you want me to roll to see how well it gives me a clue on where to start looking for our Nosferatu friend.
So I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you last time, because I think you actually had premonition last session, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah.
It's not a hey GM tell me where the threat is type of power.
Oh, it's not foresight. Yeah, that's I vaguely remember.
Even foresight is not the way you're describing. I'm not going to tell you how to progress the plot directly. or tell you about potential traps or whatever, unless you have something to go on. A scrap of paper, a scent, something.
Kind of like scrying, almost.
No, not like scrap.
No.
Much more like remote viewing with aids. Like you need to have something that you're asking specifically.
Yay, my brain don't work. Becky, Madeline, any ideas?
Well, we visited 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 7 areas, right?
Yep.
Oh, lighthouse.
Muerto is just kind of hanging out here. He's sort of leaning against a railing. And I thought I would give you, since it was kind of interesting last time to describe it. I'm kind of showing something on the recording here, but I want you to have this view in Google Maps if you can open that up to just show you where you are right now and what that kind of area looks like. Suppose I can stream it as well.
Yeah, like a campground kind of looking thing.
No, that's one part of the area, but sort of you can see what I was talking about. Where if you can see my stream here, there's a bunch of houses that are right next to the water, and you're sort of in one of them, right? You'd be in one of these ones that had a bit of a dune line,
yeah.
right? And so you can kind of see, like, if it was this one, you've driven up to here, and then the house is sort of right behind a little dune line, and you can see over here, this is the set of stairs, right? So this is how you kind of get over that dune line, and then what's out here is where you guys had your little episodes. So you guys are chilling over here right now on this set of stairs, and let's say your car is somewhere over here, this little cul-de-sac. And yeah, what Shred said is true. You made it down here to Rodanth, and you've already been to sort of Nag's Head, Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk area. That's where you started when you came over the bridge here, and then you went all the way up to Corolla, and then came all the way back down here. And you know that this Nosferatu was headed south, Nicholas, but you're not quite sure if he's near you now, or maybe you need to go more south or more north. You don't know. Muerto hasn't really said anything. He's just sort of asked you if you have leads, but you haven't really interrogated him, so to speak.
Madeline walks over like a good foot and a half, maybe 2, because it smells bad.
Yeah, he doesn't smell great.
And she leans against the railing as well and kind of asks, so, is there anything you like to do around here? Is there something you enjoy other than not taking a shower?
Oh no.
He doesn't respond. He just sort of stares at you with a smirk on the edge of his mouth.
I'll take that as a yes, and I'll also take that as you don't want to talk to me about what you like to do. Anyways, Do you have absolutely any information at all, possibly anyone we can talk to, anything, my friend, about this
Ye-
Nicholas fellow?
yes.
Would you pretty please tell me?
What would you like to know?
Start from the beginning. What do you first remember about Nicholas?
As I told you yesterday, or earlier, sorry, uh, he appeared in our domain and neglected to present himself to any one of us in a timely fashion, so we sought him out and summoned him in much the same way that Ash did to your little group.
Ah,
He acquiesced to our invitation and spoke exceedingly little about what his intentions or plans were. We strongly suggested that he leave the Outer Banks as soon as possible.
and when was this? This was like 2 weeks ago.
2 days ago.
Uh,
2 nights ago.
hmm.
Then why would he exactly come here in the first place? Unless it just happened to be the quickest place for him to run to. Any sentimental things he has here?
I don't know.
Do you have anything of his? Did he leave anything behind?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
It just seems that he's only been moving southwards.
I know not where he went after he left our court.
Hmm.
Did he seem more of a physical type or more of the bookish, tech savvy kind of Nosferatus?
Difficult to say. He wore clothing you would expect to see on military personnel off duty. Dark colors, rugged clothing, too much clothing for a vacationer. Long pants, long shirt, long sleeve shirt. Believe he had a holster of some kind, though no firearm that I found when I searched him.
Was he just walking along, or does he also have a vehicle?
He was on foot. We actually got a tip. How we originally picked him up was one of our family, I suppose you could call her, in Duck, in the tourist trap shopping center up there. Runs a little store, I guess you could call it, though she rarely sells anything. He, I believe, sought her out and she refused him her normal services and alerted us to his presence. And I and some friends found him walking the streets.
Who ran the store? Ash?
It's a friend of ours. She doesn't often come to the lower areas, the more touristy areas openly. She runs a very small store.
Her name. Sorry, I must have missed the name earlier.
I didn't give it.
Fair.
And what sort of services was he attempting to seek out?
You notice he gets a little tight-lipped, even more so than he had been previously, which was already sort of standoffish and cold. Also didn't tell you that.
Caleb puts his hands up and nods, like trying to just under calming affectation. And well, if he still sticks out like a sore thumb with that sort of garment about him, then maybe it's a bit easier to try and find, except for the fact that there might not be that many humans around that are observant at this time of night. Wait, isn't there a bar too around here?
There are a few.
Well, I'm of a mind to try and go ask around one of them, but did his particular feeding habits seem to stand out, or did he keep that a little bit close to the chest?
We didn't, per se, interrogate the man. You all seem to think that we know a great deal more about him than we do. We simply heard of a kindred in the area. I secured him, transported him. Ash and the rest of the court asked him what he was doing here and how long he would be staying, and he said, I know not what, and I will leave sort of forthwith. They looked in his eye and sensed a sense of desperation and bid him leave immediately. He did so.
Well, I apologize for all the imposing questions. This is
Oh,
not
it's not
necessarily...
imposing. It's not imposing. Matter of fact, this is what I expected you to ask me immediately.
It's just that we three are just sort of new to this whole bounty hunting and tracking thing, 0-star reviews and all that.
Mm. You
I
could
mean, it's
have
not that difficult to notice, brother dearest.
you could have fooled me.
Is that humor I hear from you, friend?
All right. So I suppose let's head into the car and drive on down to one of the bars and start asking around for a strange man with a standoffish appearance that doesn't quite match up with a tourist having fun around here.
I do not think that you will find many mortals that will have seen a Nosferatu in description.
Yeah, because aren't Nosferatu, I don't fucking know, aren't they ugly?
This man would be the kind of kindred that would need to live much as I normally do, meaning sticking to uninhabited swamps, sewers, abandoned buildings, hitchhiking with a heavy cloak, not
get it,
one
right.
to frequent bars.
Right. He's weird.
We-
Oh, Becky.
Weird is an
don't be-
understatement.
Don't be
I'm-
that obtuse about it. You're plenty weird yourself.
There's weird like me, and then there's weird like this guy. They're very different. You
I
know.
think you guys are both equally weird. So
I would disagree.
Caleb
Would you-
just
you know the
pinches the
amount of
bridge
times
of
she's
his
talked
nose.
about her boobs to me.
Would you would you like to see a picture of him?
Yes.
There is a picture?
There's a picture.
Yes, please.
Please.
Yes, please, sir.
Wait. Does he even show up on pictures?
Kindred always show up on
Wash
pictures
your hands.
unless they have some sort of blood arts that allows them to be obfuscated. I happen to.
We have our ways.
Something I want to pick up for myself, but my mentor doesn't really. Anyways, happen to have sort of on your phone or
Are you looking at Roll20?
I saw it slip underneath.
oh
Ooh.
Wait, I think I've seen this movie.
what?
Wait. Kinda
Not
looks
something
like-
that you would forget.
Now that is ugly.
The metal plating over his mouth looks pretty old, rusty.
You're beginning to understand the reaction that our court had to the man.
Kinda looks like the
We-
Punisher.
Didn't really wish to converse with him. We wanted him
Oh, so
out
kind of like
of
how you don't want to
our.
talk to us that much.
We wanted him out of our sort of happy vacationer's domain. Kindred
can
like
only-
him don't tend to increase the local desire to hang around from mortals. They tend to want to leave when they see someone like this.
So it'd be bad for business.
Indeed.
To say the least. Oh,
He snaps his phone shut.
Kinda looks like Bane if he was homeless.
I don't know what nonsense
So-
you're talking about right now.
Have you not seen a movie?
I think you forget. I don't get out much.
Yeah, I can tell.
we literally just killed their side less than a week ago.
I've literally been living underground for I don't know how fucking long, sweetheart. But that's a tale for another day. Brother dear, do you have
GM,
any hoobada-doobada that you can use with the photo? I don't know. You do the weird stuff with the computers.
He doesn't really
Right.
seem like he's gonna hand you his phone.
I pray to the crab gods. No, so GM with
Clickety clack.
with the crab dance. Where's the with so
Ask thy
with
question.
the image of the individual in question in mind, is it possible to roll premonition to get a clue as to maybe his environs or the direction?
That I will say you can try.
Okay.
You can certainly try,
It is a roll of
but you may not get what you expect.
resolve and no.
Premonition. Vampire can receive visions and hints about what is about to happen.
Yes. And I would need to roll resolve plus aspects in order to try and divine something. So
Are we able to phone a friend and give him help?
oh fudge.
Oh shit!
Wait. 5 successes? Is that dice? Are those coming up as green and
They're rectangles.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what happened there.
That's
Also,
weird.
there's no. I don't know what you did. Yeah, I know. I know.
Oh, sorry.
Uh,
I set the attribute and discipline to resolve an aspects and I hit roll. As far as the rectangles and stuff, a bunch of the dice earlier have that. Although it looks like the failures are reds.
that's very strange. Well, Roll20 is worked, but I understand. So 5 success. So as the girls are talking to Muerto, and he is as inexpressive as ever, you lean up against the other side of the railing for this staircase. No one having come near this staircase in a while, you think that this group of vampires gives off a sort of aura. No one is tempted to approach you. And over the course of perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, you brace yourself on the railing and close your eyes and picture the visage that Muero showed you on his phone. And the blood within you stirs, almost boiling in your center of your chest, and sort of snippets of vision come to your mind. Half a second, quarter of a second, tenth of a second here, and then the vision of each of those time periods in it has you looking out over a darkened field. You see a tree line in the distance. The smell is as it is here, salty, humid, marshy. Lots of vegetation smell in the air. You see figures in the distance in one of the longer sort of snippets of vision next to a fairly large building. The building doesn't look like a house. It looks like some kind of a storage building. It's a single story. It's not on stilts. And there's a small parking lot next to it, but you're unable to see your vision as an active participant. It's more of recalling a memory type of experience. There's no moon, as there is tonight. There's no moon tonight either, so you can only discern that it's a similar moon phase as tonight.
10 years from now, session 100 of this one shot.
And you still haven't found him.
You're suddenly transported to a small rocky outcropping in the middle of a volcanic caldera. High-ranking Sith officers surround you. A purple dragon soars overhead. No, none of that happens. It's an open field. It's a very level field. You don't recognize it. Well, I should say you recognize it. Excuse me. It's similar to the landscape and attributes that you noticed about the area around the Wright brothers memorial where Ash and her court received you. It was similarly a very, very large, very level field of low cut grass that had been maintained, surrounded by a tree line, perhaps some road, and a few buildings, single story buildings with parking lots. So you're pretty sure that the vision that you saw was not of the Wright brothers memorial, but it was a similarly maintained area, and certainly not nearly as large of a maintained field, grass field, but also, mowed grass, very level, probably the size of a couple of football fields next to each other, where the Wright brothers memorial is much, much larger expanse. And like I said, you saw a few figures out in this field, but the vision goes by so quickly, it's difficult to remember if there were any faces on the figures, if they were even close enough to identify, which they really weren't.
Figures moving or unmoving, or not sure.
What was moving or unmoving?
Were the figures more like statues, or were they maybe more like people?
They were
Or am I not
motionless.
sure?
They were motionless, and you, though you are not extremely old in age, you are old enough as a kindred to recognize, even in this very brief snippet, that they were unmoving, suggesting that they were either ghouls or themselves kindred. Difficult to be completely sure, but your instincts tell you these were probably undead.
Oh, cool. So I've just been I've been staring off into the beach while holding the railing for about 3 minutes.
Your eyes were closed.
Okay.
But
don't worry about him. He does that sometimes.
Otherwise motionless. Well, no, he just got that power, so he doesn't do that normally.
Yeah, you'll be more like, does that usually happen, bro? Bro? Windows shutdown theme. No. Caleb starts shaking his head back and forth and trying to both clear the days as well as hold on to the memory. Oh, that's a first. Oh, Amiru.
His head turns slowly towards you.
And Caleb's eyes are, one is going left and one is going diagonally top right.
He shows no reaction to the strangeness.
Shakes his head again. Eyes stop going googly. Is there another place similar to the Wright Memorial? Manicured lawns, and
what? Now he looks curious. This is an interesting question you've asked him. Keep going.
Manicured lawns, sort of like the nice looking plaza. Maybe has nice parking lots and nice little storage building.
He looks away. He looks down. He looks back up to you. The whole motion took maybe a quarter of a second. What do you know? He says. Now he's intent.
Curious or aggressive?
Make a wits plus intelligence check.
Wits and intelligence.
It's two attributes at the same time. It's not an attribute and a skill.
It's weird.
Difficult to tell. He's different. His mannerisms have changed.
Could I possibly run a check?
Sure.
Wits plus. Wit plus intelligence.
Intelligence.
So,
Oof.
He's different. What do you know?
Caleb blinks and he straightens and he goes like kind of the parade rest almost, like just out of caution for himself. That just happens to be one of the disciplines that my sire set me on the path of, and I think it just manifested in a little bit of a premonition, I suppose you could say.
You've seen such an area in your mind?
Yes, and
What were you focusing on when you saw this area?
he points at the phone. Him?
He breathes out of his nose, which you all don't need to make a roll to realize that it's the first time you've ever seen him breathe.
Mm-mm.
Mhm.
There's one moment. And moves
Goes
off
up.
at a. He says one moment, and he moves
Mhm.
off the railing stairway. Oh,
And
lost
kind of like,
Mr. Shred.
uh-oh.
I'm gonna pause for a second and let him get back. And okay.
So,
Yep. He heard what you said, Caleb, and runs.
starting to move away.
No, it's not. There's no start
Or,
about it. He is
oh,
using a skill.
yes.
You all see him. It's not a problem for your eyes to follow the movement, but yes, he is using
One of the
a,
enhancement ones.
a vampiric power to gain some very quick distance between the three of you and the phone conversation that he's about to have. So you see him make it, maybe 150 feet up the group driveway between you and Route 12. But you can tell he's having a phone conversation. You may or may not be able to hear parts of it.
Um,
Well, it's
Caleb.
Maxwell.
Caleb looks to the others.
We look at Caleb.
We both look at Caleb.
Caleb
What do you want
shrugs.
us to do?
I, I just told him what I saw. It's not like I want. Whatever I saw apparently is of great importance to him. And I have a feeling that if we don't give him the privacy in order to process that information, that we might be next on the silver platters and heads delivered.
Well, why don't we just go up to Duck or whatever and see if we can at least find that nice lady.
Are you sure
I'm
she's nice?
I'm more inclined to just wait for what Omiro wants to do with us and that info. I'm not
Are
sure if
any
you
of
can hear.
you actively looking at him or trying to hear his speech?
I'm not.
I am not.
Maddie is a little shit. She is.
Okay.
She's trying to hear it.
Okay. You're a good distance away, so do you have Auspex or another skill that would allow you to hear at a great distance? Let's see. Oh, well. Put your character sheet here.
Investigation. Maybe.
It would be probably heightened senses, but that's a discipline power. I have it, but I'm trying to play my character smart. I don't want to die.
I don't know. It might just be a flavor text where she's trying to listen but she can't.
Well, so you don't really have a so to speak power that would allow you to hear at great distances. So your option really is to, if you wish to eavesdrop, is to get closer and attempt to hear the conversation. It's going to be obvious that you're getting closer to him if he's looking, but right now he's not actually looking at you. You can tell he's facing away. But I mean, this is sort of a quarter of a football field, half a football field away, so you're going to have to make quick work if you want to catch any of this conversation.
Hi, Caleb. Do you think I should try and sneak over there?
No!
I kind of want to do it anyways. It seems like I'm having fun. I don't know what's going on, but he sure
They
does.
immediately grab your wrist and say, I just got you back. I don't want to lose you again, little sister.
Fair
I
enough,
don't want
older
to take
brother.
any chances.
But it's interesting.
He returns.
And if it's interesting, he'll be
He
willing to
returns.
share
He's standing next to you now.
Gee!
You're fast.
It's my job.
You do your job well.
Thank you. He turns to you, Caleb. I believe that you may have found a lead. There are relatively few places like you describe on the island. And we have more than enough time tonight to at least make a cursory investigation of most of them.
I just want to double check that we have like a lead and not a new enemy. Like, you're not gonna kill us this time, right?
Oh, I am not your enemy. Well, at least not yet.
That's what I said.
There's the thought.
But I have a proposition for how we might go about investigating this lead that you've produced.
Don't worry, we'll forget you again. You're right here.
What did you say? I'm not sure I understood that. Out of character.
We won't forget you again. You're right here.
Oh shit. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. He sort of smiles, but it's forced. Would you like to hear the proposition?
Nod.
Very well. I will continue to accompany you, but you must make a decision. I know where all these places would be, but we need to decide what order we visit them in.
No one to pull straws.
He describes to you there is a very nice area. You know what? I'm gonna leave it on this, and then I wonder if I can. No, I'll go back over to this. So look at the stream, if you would.
Okay.
He says there is a place like this very far north of here in Corolla called the Whalehead Club. Large manicured lawns. I believe there's a lighthouse there. Very busy area during the daytime. During the nighttime, it's a favorite spot of nesting waterfowl. Good selection of wildlife. And you get the impression that he's like describing the wildlife because it's, it's important to him.
Then.
Tasty. Maybe.
So that is the northernmost place like this. Then, of course, you know the place we visited previously, which you may recall was the Wright Brothers Memorial. And then there is a place that's fairly close to here. Is the Hatteras Lighthouse. These are the large, open, manicured areas that might fit the description that you gave. Caleb, was it?
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
Is he showing this on his phone, or is he just
No.
relaying over?
He's sort of
word?
describing the areas.
Okay.
I'm doing it for you so you know more.
Yeah. Would it help to narrow down locations by saying that there was a large amount of kindred, or maybe ghouls, that I saw?
What do you mean by large? And for recollection's sake, in your vision, it was like no more than 3.
Oh. Well, now that I think about it, it's more like 2, 3.
Well, that kind of sounds like the size of the amount of people that are here in our posse, so.
I don't know that helps us with the location.
Well,
but it is good to be wary.
Is there anything else you remember, brother? Did it smell like anything? Like death?
No, just lots of vegetation, little bit of moshing. You know, now that you mention it, and also because our friend's a little bit of a Nosferatu, maybe checking that country club of yours might be a good first stop then.
Country what?
This will take some time, and if we start at that location, we have to return to
That's true.
Hatteras to visit the lighthouse below. That will be most of the night.
Yeah, best start with this location south of us closest first then.
Shan't take more than an hour to get there in your vehicle.
I kind of miss the bicycles.
He says vehicle with noticeable disdain. I don't know how much I was really upset about not having to ride in that thing yesterday.
Well, I'll let you know that none of us really know how to drive, so.
Maybe you, because you can't drive.
Okay, well, I think who was the one who was driving last time? It was you, wasn't it?
He starts walking towards where you know your car is. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked towards the car with it.
Okay, so I can't remember where we were on this map, but yeah, we'll say it's somewhere around here. Oh, okay, there we were. Yeah, so we'll say you walk towards the car, and if there's no other business and you wish to take the suggestion to hit one of the spots, am I clear in that you all decide to head south first to the Hatteras Lighthouse?
I'm doing anything that Caleb's doing.
Yes, that seems the logical course to go to the lighthouse.
I'm doing it because he's my brother.
Okay. So he says, very good. I trust you're all prepared for a fight, should it come to that?
What does prepared mean in this situation?
Becky points to the shotgun.
Well, he nods his head to you, Becky. It's not you almost think it might be respect. So, the shotgun is sort of half as big as you are, so he's like, yeah, okay.
Caleb just twirls his fingers in the air, and a little bit of blood sorcery just innocuously weaves in and out of between his fingers.
He says, well, for starters, you have all taken care of your most primal need already. And he, sort of motions back towards the beach. But yes, weapons and or and he turns to Caleb, if you would need to commit any power to the blood. And you know what he means by that is if you need to ritually invoke any sorcery to either enhance your abilities or protect yourself or what have you. As you're starting to pile into the car, he forcibly takes shotgun. It's not up for negotiation. His body language is very clear. And he also makes a motion to, once you start the car, I assume, Becky, you are driving?
I am driving.
He motions to circle the car such that he can get out in front of the safe house again and retrieve some things.
Sure.
Okay, so you do so. He leaves the passenger door open and trots up to the door, disappears inside, and returns with a weird sort of blanket he's using as sort of like a shawl, but it's a very, very poor disguise for the sword that he slung over his back that you know where that came from. It was from the false bottomed cabinet. And I believe you left it there
on purpose.
Yes. And he sort of walks casually back to the car, has to duck down rather awkwardly to get the hilt of the sword blade to sort of fit within the little shit box. Slams the door, looks over to you, Becky, and says, I knew I recognized that from somewhere. And he's eyeing your shotgun.
Guilty as charged.
Drive on.
Do I get random points? I didn't steal anything this time.
No,
drive.
Walk as I drive. There's no voice coming out of her. She's just driving to the house.
Okay. So you, excuse me, you begin driving south.
Who has the Glock? I think we have 2 pistols between all of us, right?
I have 1 pistol, and then I know that there's 1 in the backpack.
Yeah. Zerd, I think you kept the backpack that you brought, and then I gave up my Glock to
me.
Yes.
Probably a bad idea.
What?
We'll find out.
What was a better idea? To give you the shotgun? You'll be like an anime character, like.
Should be like,
I wonder what this button does. Boom.
Or she'll be like Rebecca and completely badass everything from Cyberpunk.
Have you seen my athletics, brawl, and also firearm skill?
Yes,
I can't do anything.
Yes, I have. I'm the DM.
So I just have to remember how many shots it has, or either of them have, because I don't think we have any reloads.
I don't know if we have ammo. Yeah, that's a good question.
I believe I described the Glock when you found it, Becky. It was a single mag full, no extra mag. So it's about
between 15 and 20.
It's 18 shots.
Okay.
The shotgun, I believe I said there was a box of shells in the false bottom.
I do recall something like that.
Yeah, so it's going to be a 7-shot tube. It's fairly long. Excuse me, fairly long. So it's at least an 18-inch barrel. Fairly hard shotgun to hide on your somewhat diminutive frame. It's not like you're gonna be walking around with this thing. Excuse me. coughing.
Bread's trying to kill you.
We can't
Could I
have you
interest-
dying on us.
Could I interest you in some ice water?
I already have some. Thank you. I'll take a swig.
Oh boy.
Okay. So, if you follow my stream here, you're you're driving south, and eventually you reach this real nice place south of Salvo where it's very thin. The island becomes very thin. It's literally just a road and a beach and a K on the other side. It's gorgeous, but of course it's always nighttime for you now that you've given up your mortal lives, and so without a moon, it's a bit eerie. You don't see any houses anymore, and you can't help but feel a little sense of trepidation. Like this could be driving into an ambush or a trap of some kind.
Why do I hear boss music?
But
As long as
the
it's not Latin.
countenance of Mweru in the front seat never wavers. He doesn't offer much in the way of conversation. And yeah, it's very, very appropriate, Shred. Thank you. Eventually, you reach a point where the houses begin again, and you notice he shifts sort of uneasily in his seat, and eventually, as you make it down into the middle of this area here, right before you get to Hatteras, he fishes his phone out of his pocket and quickly texts something, and looks over to you, Becky, and says, "Stop at this supermarket, please."
So I go over and stop at the supermarket.
Mm-hmm. It is just after midnight now. No one is here. There are no cars in this parking lot. There are no loiterers. It is deserted as deserting gets. He exits the car when you stop, walks a few feet away casually, places a call that you all more or less hear his side of the conversation for. He does not make an attempt to move so far away as he did before you started your journey south. How long? Yes, we can do that. I don't know. He looks back over his shoulder at you all as he says, "I don't know." And then looks back ahead.
Before he looks back ahead, Madeline does like a little finger wave, like "Hi."
He laughs to himself, shaking his head side to side. I don't have much hope, no. Yes. Understood. And he snaps the phone shut, and then he walks back towards the car. Well, the lighthouse grounds are not far from here. Maybe 5 minutes. When we arrive there, please do not park in the parking lot. Stop on the road before there. We will go by foot. Understand?
Yes.
Good. Let's proceed. And he reaches into his inside coat pocket. It's like a vest that he has on. Touches something. You don't get a good look at what it is. And then he pulls his hand back out. The sword is just very awkward. It's trying to hide it with this blanket that he found is just not. It's very obvious to all of you what it is. To an average human, it would be a curiosity. To an above-average human, it would be very obvious a sword. Like it's a bit odd, but you know, you take it for he doesn't really care so much at this time of night to be hiding something like this. Yeah, so he gets back in the car, and I assume you drive on.
Yes. climb up and stop on the road before getting up there.
Okay, so you get out of the Food Lion parking lot, you head south again, and true to his promise, you make it through another sort of unpopulated area, and then you get down to turn in the road, and there are a few signs here on the road saying Cape Hatteras Lighthouse left, and you look over to him to see whether or not he wants you to stop here, and he kind of makes a motion, keep going.
Mm-hmm.
So you turn down appropriately named Lighthouse Road, and you kind of keep a side eye on him. You're trying to gauge whether he wants you to stop or not, and he has you stop here. Little pull-off area. It's pretty nice. Again, gorgeous area. You all get out of the car. He makes you park the car the other way, facing back the way you came.
The getaway position.
Yep.
As you all recognize it, yes. And assuming you all take weapons with you, I will ask you right now, for posterity's sake, exactly which weapons you have and exactly how you have them oriented on yourselves. I need to get a piece of paper and I am failing. Yeah. Starting with you, Becky. What do you have on your person and where is it?
Shotgun slung around my body. And some
Alright.
extra bullets in the pockets
Okay.
of the pants.
Becky is slung. Shotgun. You have loaded 7?
I have fully loaded. Yep.
Okay, 1 in the chamber.
Of course, one in the chamber.
Copy.
Got
How
Fizz
many?
Mazy cannon.
I believe boxes of shells come in like 12s. So you'd have another 5 in your pockets. Is that right?
Just Googling box of shotgun shells. But yes, the remaining would be in the pocket.
Okay.
Yes,
so
I'm
we'll,
over 18.
We'll see. Oh, you think you? Oh, right.
I'm actually Googling it.
7 plus 5 in pockets.
Yeah, we just take a random.
Quick question. Does your outfit have pockets?
She's wearing a nurse's uniform. Of course it has pockets.
Okay.
Yes, that would be true.
Okay. Excellent. I just had to ask,
Yep. One of the benefits of scrubs.
Because,
Adeline.
unless it's the stripper uniform, yeah, there's going to be pockets.
I wasn't going to say anything, but one can't be too sure.
And clipped.
Madeline, moving on to you. What weaponry are you packing, and how you doing it?
It's the pistol that I was lovingly gifted from Becky.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to be. She's going to have it like in her hands, pointed at the floor. Kind of nervous.
So you're gonna carry it openly in your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like I'm pointing it at anybody, but I have my hands on the gun. I don't have my hand on the trigger, but I am holding it and I am having it towards the floor.
I suppose it's not a question so much of trigger discipline or muzzle discipline. It's more a question of if someone were to drive by right now, or you were to encounter another party on the road where you're walking, are you bearing arms in your hands, or are you trying to hide it or conceal it in some way?
Tuck it in the waistband.
I would probably conceal it waistband and or panic and shove it in Becky's titties.
Well, which will it be?
Probably just waistband.
Yeah, Becky would recommend the waistband for that.
You'll never get it back. The other method. Just-
What question for you, Madeline? Is that something that your clothing would allow?
Yeah, she's wearing not tights, but more rugged than tights, question mark.
Mm-hmm.
The waistband is reinforced, so it would be able to hold the handgun.
Okay. Waistband it is. Any other weapons on your person?
Charming good looks.
That is deadly. Deadly. Caleb.
Yes. I have the backpack, which has a pistol. I don't remember what caliber or capacity it was. I didn't write it down.
Well, we're gonna figure it out right now. Where did this was from your backstory?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll go top to bottom. Is it a pistol? Is it a well? I suppose it's a pistol because you said it was. Is it a revolver? Is it a semi-auto? That's the first question.
Ooh. Let's go with revolver.
Okay, it's a revolver. I'm assuming it's a 6-shot.
Yes.
Do you have additional rounds?
I don't think so.
No.
So you have 6
didn't.
shots. Okay. So then the question is, because I think there is a difference here. Let's see. Yes, there definitely is. Is it a heavier caliber than something like a 22?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a 44 Magnum?
I want to say yes but I'm not sure if like a short notice purchase would allow for a 44.
If I remember correctly, it was something that we either were gifted by your previous person, or it was something we lifted from the cult.
Oh, I think that's fine then. If you want it to be a fairly
Trophy.
medium barrel 44, I can see that.
Maybe a trophy from Maddie's sire. Yeah.
44 mag. 6-shot.
And how many shells are in the box, Shred?
I think we
okay.
do 12,
Yeah,
but yeah.
well, so shotgun shell boxes are different than bullet boxes. So if you were to buy a box of 44 Magnum, there'd probably be at least 20 shots in the box. So if this was something that you either took posthumously or were gifted, I'm imagining it might have been loaded when it was given to you, but I don't think that somebody would have given you additional boxes of rounds.
No.
Now, if you stole it, it may have been stored with additional rounds. It's just a question of whether you would have taken them or found them. But I think we're getting a little into the weeds here, and it's my own fault.
Yeah.
So
it's
I'll just say
loaded 44.
You have 6. If you want to roll me a 1d20, that's how many additional rounds I'll give you.
1 second, I'm being yelled at. I'm sorry.
I will roll a 1d20 to get this out of the way, and then we can keep going. That is 17 additional rounds. Good roll, Zerg. Though, if he can reload them with any alacrity in the heat of battle into a revolver, that will be impressive. Okay. So, I'm assuming that we're going to get Zerg back in a few seconds or so. I'm not sure.
Most likely.
Okay. I kind of want to have him here for the description of what occurs next.
That would make sense.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Do we need to reorient ourselves, or are we good to go?
Key was being. There was a big spider that she wanted me to kill.
Well, now
Anyways,
it's in
there's
the
something about a
recording, so
d20.
yeah. No, I rolled it for you because you left, and you have 17
Oh.
additional shots, which is not bad. Trust me, it will be quite the feat, like I said, after you left, to actually reload this revolver in the heat of battle without a speed loader, which you definitely do not have.
Nope.
So, you exit the vehicle. Mwero walks a short, distance south, and then looks back at you all, waiting for you to follow. As you do, and you all collect around him in a bit of distance from the car, he turns and he says, "So what we're doing here is investigating, but as I'm sure you are aware, you all came here on a blood hunt, did you not?"
If that's what it was called, then yeah, I
was.
suppose.
It was.
By golly, that's what it's called then.
Be that, it is incumbent upon us to be cautious, and if you witness if you witness behavior from another that is a clear indication of kindred, I will advise you that we do not have any people down here. I called ahead, you might say. So, barring any disobedience on the part of our anarchy down here, you can be fairly assured that anything with powerful abilities is, I guess I should say, engageable. Understood?
Crystal.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The last and really only rule that I have is, if you cross me, I will not give second chances.
Hey, I said it earlier before, if you're gonna kill me, just make it real quick for me.
Done. And he begins
Thank you.
walking away.
I would like to activate my sneaky sneaks, please.
So
The
this
office
is
gates.
Yep, and I want to say we established last session that you actually picked up the invisibility power, or are you still only using this silent part of the power? I think you'd made that decision earlier when you built your character. It was like you picked the
It
side
was
of the tree that was
invisibility, I
silence.
think, because if I remember correctly from the escapade with trying to get into the security system, he couldn't make noise, but he was invisible-ish. If he made noise, the spell would be broken.
Or touch someone
Yeah.
or something that someone else saw. Because there's two different ones. One, well, there.
Yeah, see, you have Silence of Death and Unseen Passage, so you bought it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so you're activating Unseen Passage. Excellent. I do believe you need to make a rouse check.
This power. As long as they, for Unseen Passage,
It's said
as long as
right
user
on your
in that-
sheet. Rouse check.
It's been a while, okay?
Oh no.
You have gained Hunger level 2, but you successfully disappear from view. Okay.
so Becky, you want to team up or something? Because the boy's doing something else.
Sure. I mean, just wait until something happens. I mean, kind of hard to hide this. Points to the shotgun.
I mean, you could try.
Hey, how am I going to do that? Pretend it's a walking stick? Oh, yes, I have a walking stick, and it's curved at the very end.
Well, I mean, yeah, you are old as hell, aren't you?
Insulting the girl with the shotgun is not a wise idea. But, I don't know.
Caleb
Becky
is
isn't in a good enough mood at this point.
Okay.
so I'm gonna go.
Wait,
I'm gonna
and
go
what direction is
parallel
everybody
to.
gonna go in? Yeah.
So you're all headed south on the sides of this road, unless you decide to traipse off into the marsh junk here, which
Becky,
is
why don't we?
very thick. It's not. Humans would never consider going through this shit. It's dense, swampy. Might be over your head in places. It's awful.
So I'm gonna whisper right next to both of them while still invisible.
Can you do that?
Long as
I thought making noise would.
Sibling
no
telepathy.
sound louder than a whisper,
All right.
or no overpowering odors.
Sibling
I might
telepathy.
struggle with that one.
So just in between both of them whispering. You guys take the far side, I'll walk along the marsh side.
That works for me. Come on, Grandma. And I grab Becky.
Oh, I'm going to get you back for this one.
Well, you gotta admit, I am adorable. So, I mean, whatever you do, at least make it funny.
I have moved on to the other side.
Dragging Becky along the path that was pointed out to us.
Where takes a direct route from the top of this road here, and sort of let me see if I can do this here. And it goes this way. Can you see that? Or no?
Yes.
Um,
The red dot?
Yes.
No. Forget it. Whatever road this is, Lighthouse Road. When you start to make it to this bend, he heads direct south instead of following the curve.
So Becky and I would be following the curve.
You can follow him or not. But he is going to go. All right. Let's see if I can. I think I have it on here. No, I don't quite have it, but that's okay. So Roll20 has the sort of overview now.
yay.
Yay.
But he where is going to be sort of coming from this direction over here. He wanted to cross and be on the far side. Yeah, thanks. So if you could drag your tokens in somewhere along the top right-hand corner, just so I know where you are. Yeah, Caleb's got it.
I'd be just following along the road looking for cars.
Mm-hmm.
How do I put my token down?
You drag from the character sheets. You drag from the name and then plop it on the map.
Okay. How do I resize it? Now that's my second question.
I don't know where you put your token.
Oh.
I put one on for you up here.
Okay. I am going to yell at the people who make Roll20.
all been done before. Trust me. Becky, I'm gonna make you a little smaller. Caleb, the same.
Oh.
Okay. So y'all make it to this position. None of you have really followed Mweru closely, so yeah, he just proceeds along this tree line here. What do you all do?
Doing my best to be annoying.
What do you do physically? Where are you moving?
I'm following Becky.
Sounds
Becky.
good.
Becky, what are you doing?
Becky's just going to be hanging back and kind of camouflaging a little bit against the trees. Nothing too intense, just
So you're moving up, but you're not going to cross the last part of the parking lot?
no.
Okay.
I can't move the token, I don't think.
Are you using the pointer?
I can, like, make a selection. I can't move the token. Select / move, and then I can't select my token.
Okay, yeah, sometimes when the GM drags stuff onto the Roll20, then the player can't use it. So if you go to the third tab from the left,
Yeah,
you go to the journal.
I figured it out. Kind of. Why is it so difficult?
Drag a token on. If you can. Mango.
Okay, I can drag it. I can drag it.
You
And
don't
then
have a
you
token on the board yet. So the
Yeah.
first step is hover over your name, Madeline Lerna, then click and hold and pull it onto the map. Like that. There you go. Can you move that token?
I'm gonna cry. I was doing it a different way. Yeah, I can move my token.
Great. Okay. So Caleb, what are you doing?
I am going along the road, hopefully invisible, and may I activate heightened senses while looking around?
Mm-hmm.
So as long as someone doesn't throw a fat flashbang, I think I'm good.
Let's see here. Heightened senses. Okay.
What is our field of view right now, not including Caleb? For me and Becky.
Mm-hmm. So let's draw it out here. Freehand and blue sounds good. Yeah, you can see, sort of this sort of line here. In the distance out here, you can see, obviously there's more grounds. You can definitely see the lighthouse. It is very tall. Nice barbell pole to it, white and black. Caleb, did you roll wits plus resolve?
Uh, 3, but wits plus resolve is if somebody flashbangs me, basically,
Okay.
down in system.
So but I assume you're using the power to actively scan for
Yes.
people or whatever. Okay, so that's going to be a roll.
Okay. So that's Auspex to perception. Where's perception?
There is no. It's going to be wits plus awareness plus your auspex potency.
Awareness, wits, plus 2. Where's it? Just the Auspex. Okay. A 2.
Two, from your vantage point where you are, you don't really see any movement other than just, the night breeze rustling the trees every once in a while. The visitor center that you see in front of you, is, unoccupied, quiet, no lights except for the, sodium lamps that they leave on overnight, that awful orange glow that you get from municipal lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's peaceful. It's quiet. You don't see anything yet, and you don't recognize this scene from your vision necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sort of holding there, or are you gonna push up?
Let's push up. Push up to like beginning of the
Okay.
assuming some sort of structured time. It's like getting up
I'm
there.
just going one by one around the table.
Okay.
So Mweru shadows your movement. You can see him with your Auspex. You can just make him out along the tree line. He's very stealthy. So he's doing a very good job. If you didn't know that you came with him and approximately where he was when you started, you're pretty sure you wouldn't see him coming. Becky and Madeline, you're going to hang back in the tree, or are you going to move up with your crew?
I want to move up towards the visitor center.
I was thinking the same thing.
Cool.
OMG twinning!
So you both cross the road and sort of, I'm imagining, like, not casually. Now everybody seems to be a little bit more on edge, depending on what you think, right?
Yeah, I still have the thing
casual.
I still have the thing holstered.
I mean,
Bolstered. Where
Slung
are you?
around.
Where? Okay, slung.
That's what I
That's
mean.
better. I'm like, holstered. Holstered in what?
huh?
Up and down.
I thought this was PG-16.
Oh boy, this is turning into an NC-17 stream here.
I will not elaborate.
All right, you all move up, and yeah, same same thing. If you want to start really looking around, you can make an awareness plus wits roll, and of course, Caleb, you're going to do that with your Auspex potency added in.
Can I make a roll to see if there's any animals in the area?
That would be the same roll unless you want to listen specifically for animal noises, in which case I'll switch it over to animal handling, I think, is one of the...
Animal
can.
pen?
Animal can, yes. That's good.
I was gonna listen for birds.
Yeah, that'll be... I think it's wits plus that then, animal can.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool idea.
So I'll make an awareness and wits.
Mm-hmm.
Some generic.
Scrutinizing the local area.
No crunchable birdses.
Okay, Becky. It's dark.
It's dark.
It's dark. There doesn't look like there's anybody around.
It's just a bag. I get it.
Yeah. It's
It's
a
the
bag. It's a chair. There's a gate near you. There's a building with a door. Maybe some writing. It's been a trying couple of days. You're
Maddie's being annoying.
Yeah, Madeline next to you is not contributing to your focus. Madeline, on the other hand, I'm imagining from your past, you have some kind of nature interest, or maybe you were a bird watcher, or
Bird watching.
yeah, and you think about the situation as you're crossing the road, and you think, wait a minute, I know how to do this, and you kind of stop and you take a few short steps, and then you stop moving to keep the noise to an absolute minimum, and you let Becky get a few feet away from you so that she's not interfering with your ability to hear either. The first thing you notice is you now hear Mweru moving where you couldn't before. He is moving as if he's making noises like he's a house cat. It's uncanny. You hear him going through the brush, and it almost doesn't make any noise, but it's almost like you can close your eyes, and maybe a cat from your past when you were living in the South, was a good friend of yours, and came from a neighbor's house or something. You could always tell when that cat was coming because you could hear it making the little footsteps and going over specific parts of leaves and everything. Anyway, Mweru is now, you're in your awareness. You know where he is. You know how he's moving. Other than him, you notice that there is a distinct lack of birds doing anything. Now, this definitely is a consequence of the time of night. After midnight, generally most birds are roosting or nesting or whatever they do. During the nocturnal hours, especially in the south here, there aren't a lot of birds besides owls who are actually up and about this time of night making noises. That said, you don't hear any owls, which is also sort of out of the norm. You would expect to hear a hoot or two. Especially on your walk in, you think back and you don't recall hearing anything. So it's a bit unnerving.
What about the bugs?
Bugs are ever present. You have not noticed a change in their local density since you arrived in the area of North Carolina. It's basically bugs are everywhere, and it's just a constant. Fortunately, being a kindred as you are, they thankfully steer clear of your skin. One of the many benefits.
Can I be annoying and ask about any signs of bird nesting?
From your vantage point, you don't really have a good eye line to any places that would be nesting areas of birds. I mean, there's trees around, but you're still... You'd have to walk up to a specific tree, sort of climb it to see if there were any birds in it. Does that make sense?
Hey, Becky!
What now?
Do you think I could climb on your back to see if there's any birds anywhere? I promise there's a point to this.
That probably wouldn't work. Just FYI.
Hold on. You think you're gonna climb up on me to climb a tree?
I don't think she said climb a tree. I think she just said climb on you.
I was thinking that if we could tell if there's any birds in the area, which there really doesn't seem to be, which is weird. I haven't even heard a hoot of an owl or any pigeons or nothing. There's nothing around here. And not to mention, the only other animal I can hear is our little friend over there passing around like a house cat.
Shh. Getting the extra 2 or 3 feet is not going to help you listen to the birds.
Okay.
I mean, it was an option.
Mweru moves up. Caleb. What's your action? Oh, you made a check, didn't you, Caleb?
Yes.
You had 7 successes.
Yes.
Okay. How do I want to do this? From your current position, the awareness roll that you've done, you've seen everything there is to see at this island visitor center. You're 99% certain that there's nobody here, and you're equally as certain that you need to push deeper past this point to sort of investigate the area further. When you do so, I will give you the results of your roll because it's kind of useless where you are now.
Okay.
So move your token as you will, and then I will reveal what I can.
I am going to wait. Can I see like the storage shed back here?
You can see down the road a bit.
Well,
that is not a storage shed. That is more. You think that's like a little gift shop of some sort, or an offshoot of a museum. It's fairly touristy outside, with the awful paint and non-functional everything, but the shutters and everything are there to make it look pretty. And yada yada.
Well,
all of these are single-story buildings, by the way.
Yeah, it's altering the motivation for wanting to go back towards here. I'm trying to look for the place that the wide open field that the premonition had. So I'm going to move towards the back.
As you make it to the tree that you're currently under, you look directly south towards the lighthouse and then towards the right a little bit to the big open field. And 7 successes. This is it. This is what you saw in your mind. You figure you're not too far from the vantage point that your brain took you to as well. You sort of recognize the buildings to your right. Yep, that's the right angle.
Oh. Uh-oh. Wonderful. I just realized I am sneaky, but I don't have a good way to not reveal my position. Oh, wait, I have a phone that's on silent.
I don't remember if I put my phone on silent.
I will make sure this point to put my phone on.
Or you get a text message. I'm here. No,
Well, the closest thing it'll do is it'll make a little light in my pants or pocket or whatever.
Easily done. And all of you would have seen Muero do the same thing when you were walking in. So I'll give you a freebie. It's fine.
Shit! I asked him for his phone number, right?
Yeah, he gave it to you. I distinctly remember that. Well, so you've had your eye-opening moment.
Yes.
And you have that recognition. So I'm going to come back to you, okay? Okay. So Becky and Madeline, you notice to your right, Caleb. Well, actually, you don't. He's totally invisible. So you kind of lost sight of Caleb, but you definitely feel Muero moving to your left there. He's continuing to push to sort of investigate the outside perimeter of what you imagine is the entire lighthouse grounds. So you can imagine in your head that he's thinking that he's going to clear the perimeter first and then maybe sweep the interior, and you're more containment, right? So you're looking side to side, make sure nobody leaves while he's there. Or you can push in with him and sort of do the interior while he's doing the outside. What would you like to do?
I'm just going to wait and then just slowly sneak around this visitor center. Sneak around the edges.
Okay, to the left. Got it.
Yeah, to the left.
Madeline, are you ever faithfully sticking by your companion?
I don't know. I think companion's a little bit too strong of a word.
Fair.
How tall is the building? Is it multiple stories?
The ones next to you, in front of you, or
the visitor center?
It's a single story with a pitched roof.
Would I be able to climb on top of it?
Not without making a good deal of noise. There aren't any obvious ladders, especially on the outside here where you've been looking at them. There's no sort of like New York City fire escape type thing. It's just a roof hanging and a typical 8-foot eave height. So theoretically, if you have a good vertical leap, you could jump and try and hang on the gutter and haul yourself up. But it's going to be, a decent check, and then you run the risk of making quite a bit of noise should the edge of the roof crack, or you pull a couple of shingles off when you're trying. But that's just what you can see.
So
There are
this
trees
area,
further on.
this area over here, the stone auditorium.
This area here?
Yeah.
Yep. What about it?
I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it seems to be a little meeting area of sorts, like an educational center where they would sit, kids down, or Boy Scout troop or whatever that comes to see the thing, and everybody can listen to a person speak while having the lighthouse in the background. Looks untouched. No, it's all concrete.
Over here, and just kind of scan around. Just to see if there's anything left behind by visitors or something.
Okay. I'll take your animal ken and wits roll and pull it forward here to this time frame and say that you're still a pretty decent amount of successes. So you give a scan to the area, more than just the tree line where Amwero was posted, and moving forward, and you kind of look down the alleyway of grass towards the lighthouse itself. There's really nothing. It's just a mowed area, very flat. Sand in places where, it hasn't been swept away by the wind. Fairly unremarkable, save for the lighthouse, which is a very imposing sight.
Okay. And then after this, I would probably be making my way. How do I draw polygon line?
You're trying to measure, or you're trying to actually draw?
I think it's measure, but I
It
don't
was
know
just
how
the
to.
bot. Well, you can use the ruler, and then
Yeah. What is that button?
so you have it on ruler. You drag left click while holding left click. You hit right, and that makes a dot.
Okay. So that's my trajectory.
Excuse me.
Okay. So I'm just going to say you do that. Cool.
Oh.
So now you're amongst the trees, and Becky, you're sort of, I don't know what you think of her as, but I'll keep calling her your companion. Wanders
Ball
forward.
and chain.
Yeah, wanders forward.
I'm gonna follow behind her, just so I at least have my eyes on her if the worst happens.
Okay. So you move your token at will, and then I will go back to Caleb.
So with that 7 success aware witness, he is going to immediately take out his phone and then text everyone group chat style. This is the place.
You could write it in chat. That would be helpful. Yeah, I want to see exactly how you write this. Very good. Very good. Anything else you want to do right after you send that?
Oh man. Can I get to the side of this building over here?
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'm just gonna stack up on this tree.
Okay, the trunk of the tree is yeah, right. Yep, you got it. It's a fairly big tree.
The Siblings
Okay.
are monkeys.
Okay. You send that text and then sort of push send, turn off your phone screen so that it's not shiny. Stick it back in your pocket, sort of post up on the tree, and just keep scanning south. Madeline, your phone buzzes. And
BlackBerry.
yeah, as soon I would say, excuse me, maybe 3 seconds after your phone buzzes, and you start to reach for it, you notice Mweru, who you had been kind of keeping tabs on, completely stops. So he is where he is right now, and he's stopped moving completely. You're not hearing his footfalls at all anymore.
I stop immediately from grabbing at my phone, and I take in the context clues. I look over at Becky and slowly twist on my heel to be facing towards the direction I'm pretty sure Edward that man is.
Amaru?
Mweru, yeah.
Amaru.
Eduardo.
He loves you. You're his favorite for sure.
I'll kill you last. I lied.
Hey, Scully. So remember when
I
said
hate
was
you.
going
I
to
killed
kill
you last.
I lied.
She's like looking towards him, like, the fuck is going on here? The fuck is going on here?
Yeah. So Becky, you get a definitely get a message as well.
I look at it.
Okay, you pull out your phone and click open, and it's full brightness, and
Lower the brightness as I'm opening it. No idea.
I'm just
Then I put it back
trying
in
to
the pocket.
establish whether or not you're generating light.
Yes, a little bit, but it's decreasing. It's being put back
Okay,
in.
for a moment there, it's bright. So
Yeah.
all right, yeah, you get the text. This is the place. He's here.
And then you're also seeing Maddie, like, everything in her body is like about to jump out of her skin.
What does that look like?
She's slightly crouched on her knees so that she would be able to start running if she needed to. And she has her hand on her back where she holstered her gun. And also looking in the general direction that is in.
Amuero.
Eduardo.
You don't see him anymore, and you don't hear him.
I'm still looking in the direction that I thought I last heard him. Like I would be.
It's the trees.
Yeah, I'd be scanning the tree line.
Okay. Nothing happens for quite a few moments, and we can go fully freeform now because all of you have lost Mweru. He is gone, as far as you can tell. So, what do you all do?
I take Maddie and I get us to both hide in this little tree line over here.
You do care about me. It's kind of like Weiss and Ruby at the beginning of the series. Anyways.
Well, good. Have you seen Mweru?
Uh-oh.
I heard him. I heard him a little bit. And she's whispering. But for Keith's sake.
I'm assuming this is all whispers.
Yeah, this is all whispering.
I heard him. I could hear him when he was walking. And then he stopped. And then now he's gone. And oh my god. What was the text? Wait.
Shut up. Shh. Gotta keep her eyes and her other senses Full alert. Because if he lost him, who knows where Nicholas is?
We're just sitting there, looking at
I
each
would
other.
like to try searching for signs of unlife.
Sure. So
Yeah.
you're searching this building. Are you going to go in or just
Um,
outside? What are you doing?
peek in through the windows. Well, I guess the first question is this a shop or does it look like someone's personal residence?
Nope, you were on a park grounds. This is a national park, as a matter of fact. This is a shop.
Okay,
Yeah. It's,
good. It would really suck if it was a house.
okay. Yeah, it looks like there's all sorts of lighthouse themed knickknacks, keychains, flags, um, racks and racks of like touristy type books, which is to say they're mostly picture books, postcards.
What type of grass is growing?
It's Bermuda grass, so it's like crabgrass.
Grass.
Yeah, it's very low growing, kind of creeping grass. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not something that anything could hide in besides a beetle. It's very low. It's also in very sandy soil, so yeah, everywhere that the grass is sort of not there, it's sand.
Mm-hmm.
Very little actual soil.
Maddie gets down and grabs a few handfuls of the grass and starts twisting it to twine while waiting for something to happen. There is a plan here.
You're doing what with the grass?
It's a bushcraft. Twisting it into twine to make it rope. It takes a long time, but I'm only looking for something about the size of a bracelet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Occupy your
sure.
time.
Biding time, but at the same time, there is a plan. I have a plan under this.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say, I mean, the average length of any single strand of grass isn't over 3 inches.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
So,
doing joins isn't that difficult. It's crude twine.
Right. Twining this together, though, for any appreciable length is going to be very weak.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the kind of like width to strength ratio that you would get from an actual thatch type material. It's very easy to break.
Yeah. It's too fresh for it to be, even if it's crabgrass, it's too fresh.
Well, it's more than that. It's the type of plant. It just doesn't have a very high tensile strength.
Mm-hmm.
It's lawn grass. It's not.
Yeah, it's like a
bush
fescue.
grass.
It's not really that great for making.
Yeah. No,
stuff.
that's still enough of what I'm looking for.
Okay.
But I'm just start doing that, waiting for something else to also happen.
Yeah. So I need to make a roll here. Okay. Oh, I can't see shit. I will be right back. I've turned the light on.
I have a plan.
There was light. Oh, that's a terrible roll. Ooh, okay. As you were. Still totally freeform. You can do whatever you want. There's definitely a timer going here, but you are unaware of it.
Great.
Sweet.
People are doing things and stuff.
Well, might as well check over here towards this structure.
Huh? So you go over there, right?
Yep.
Okay. You're still hidden, right? You're still obfuscated?
Yeah.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge, I've not been loud, and neither have I farted.
What would a vampire fart even smell like?
Nothing. They don't fart. There's no anus on a vampire.
Well, I mean, it
You heard me.
Sorry, that's
You heard me. All right,
So,
Caleb.
is there something? Should I roll for something, or
No, you don't need to. Now it's more of a museum. You look in the windows. It's a excuse me, not graphical. A physical diorama occupies a very large portion of the inside of this building, describing how they actually moved this entire lighthouse as you would move a house if you've ever seen how they do that. Many miles from its previous location to this one.
like the Rats of Nim.
Quite interesting. They actually moved the entire thing, much like the space shuttle when it was on its carrier thing, when they had to take it from the hangar out to the launch pad. It's a very large, slow-moving vehicle. That said, the museum also has a few knickknacks here and there that you would be able to buy. It's all one open room in there, save for the back, which you assume might be a bathroom of sorts, or maybe some small storage or break room for the staff.
is there a security room?
Not that you can see through the window necessarily, but you feel free to make a Wits Plus investigation to see from here.
Wits investigation, no size mod, and
You do notice a door on the northern wall that's leading into a structure that you can kind of, you can kind of see it there. And yeah, it says very small plaque. It's hard to make out from here, but you guess that it says staff. Probably if there's any security stuff, it might be in there.
Yeah, let's try ducking into there and then investigating the.
Okay, so first you have to
cameras.
find a way into this building. How are you going to get in?
phase through. No.
Negative. You have not learned this power yet.
Damn it. Does it look?
There are. It's a very countryish, 4-pane window, double hung. Maybe there's like 15 windows all the way around this thing. It must be very bright in there when it's daylight out. And then, you can see the walkway there on the bottom leads up a short set of couple 3 stairs to a set of double doors. Hours on the window. You can imagine that set of doors is now locked. It is very late at night. You haven't seen around the back of the building yet, but you can assume there might be other ways to gain entry to these buildings. Becky and Madeline, you're still huddling over in the...
Maddie starts creeping towards the, there's this small clearing here, right?
Most of the
road?
No, most of the area underneath all of those trees there is like sandy sort of picnicky area. It's a high canopy under these trees, so it's fairly easy to walk underneath all of them. And it's just like a shaded area where people can sit.
Okay. Yeah, Maddie's gonna walk and start making her way towards the front and kind of looks back to Becky like, leapfrog me.
Okay. We will leapfrog.
Not actually leapfrog, but she's like looking at her and then nodding her head towards moving forward a little bit. And so it's a sequence instead of both of them moving at the same time. So one of
staggered advance.
Yeah, that. Thank you.
Sure. You You successfully accomplish the maneuver.
Becky!
Sure.
Fucking
Move this
direction.
along. Damn it! I cannot make rolls today. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Caleb. Back to you.
Just for shits and giggles, I would like to go up to the door and gently check to see whether or not it's locked.
The double doors.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, maybe we
You
can
walk-
check around to see if there's an extra key.
You walk up to the double doors, pull on one
Mhm.
handle, and it is locked. You pull on the other handle, it is also locked.
Okay. And does it look like all the windows are also locked as well?
The windows do not look like they have been opened since the place was built. This is an air-conditioned space. They do not open these windows.
Okay.
My character isn't made for combat.
Mine kind of is. Kind of. I try lockpicking the door.
Lockpicking, excellent. Sure. Let's see. What would it be? It's
Is it
probably
larceny?
No. I was gonna. I'm gonna work out the check in a sec, but I was trying to describe the lock. It's probably a fairly simple, house key type deadbolt that connects to top and bottom door strikers and plates in the door frame. So, standard set of lockpicks would probably work real well here. Do you have those?
Oh. Oh no.
Yes, you don't.
Do you have a hairpin?
If I did, it might have been under resource. No, I guess I don't have an inventory on this.
Let's say you've got something you can use, just
Okay.
because fuck it.
Probably a hairpin from Maddie.
Sure. That's sure. I'll give you the streetwise because I see you have it, and excuse me, streetwise plus dexterity. Yeah, I think that's probably the right way to go.
Streetwise and dexterity. Aha! A 3.
Hey, that's exactly what you needed. You slide the hairpin or whatever it is into the lock on the right-hand door. You fiddle and futz like an old pro, and eventually get to the point where the thing spits out a little bit of sand, and you twist the lock, and it opens. No obvious alarms have been tripped. You don't hear anything. You crack the door open, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Okay. Door opens. You let it open fairly slowly to see if it's going to creak really loudly or not. It does not. It seems like it's either well oiled or just not a creaky door. You push on it. You listen for sounds inside. You hear nothing.
I just make a beeline to the security or staff room.
Okay. So you sort of limit your interaction with the door. It wants to close on its own. Do you let that happen?
Oh. No, I'll try
You can
to.
open it all the way, and there's a stop where you can keep it that way. But yeah, if you just leave it halfway, it will close on its own.
Yeah, why not? Let's put it stop all the way.
Okay, you open the door. You push it gently into the magnetic stop. It sticks. You walk across the diorama room to the back staff area, it also has a lock. Same sort of lock. Same sort of
brandish,
lock key.
brandish my sword and lockpick.
Okay, you go ahead and make that roll. I'm going to go back to Becky and Madeline.
Okay.
So we're playing leapfrog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I see any small sticks?
Do you see
Many.
any small sticks?
Many small sticks.
As they're walking, Becky takes a moment. Not Becky. Shit. Maddie takes a moment to run her hand against the ground and grab some more sticks.
Okay.
She's
both of you, please make a dexterity plus stealth check, please.
shit. I don't like that.
Perfect. With all 0 ranks and stealth.
Oh my god. Maddie.
What?
How on earth?
Huh?
That's a critical.
10, 3. Yeah, that's critical with 3.
Oh, that's a messy critical. Oh, cool.
How does that even work for stealth and dexterity?
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna look at my cheat sheet over here. Becky, you barely managed to not fall down. Let's see. Messy critical options.
Maddie's gathering sticks and then she ties them together in a bundle with the twine that she made. It's a very loose bundle. The idea is if something is suspicious, she'll throw it and it's a distraction. It makes a small noise, it's a distraction. Who knows? She's panicking.
So here's what happens. You are picking up sticks and trying to wrap them in twine. And in the act of trying to be stealthy and do this at the same time, you have a kindred moment. And what I mean by that is when mortals are embraced and they become vampires, many times the kindred have tried to describe that and the experiences that you have. Excuse me. And how it differs to be a kindred from a mortal, and as you can imagine, it would be in many ways. One of those ways is there are probably a lot of mortals that struggle day to day with the ability to focus, and you could say some of them have ADHD, some of them are just unfocused naturally, unable to concentrate on many things at once. Most kindred, when they are turned, immediately gain a sense of depth to both their thoughts and their intellect that far outstrips any experience they've ever had as a mortal, to both think about many things at the same time as well as do physical things with your body while at the same time maintaining a train of thought that has nothing to do with your surroundings and what you're doing with your body. It's difficult to describe, but you experienced this very heavily when you were turned and embraced. In this moment, your heightened sense of fear and your sort of semi-panicked way of practicing your bushcraft, your mind races to so many possibilities that you stumble and have a moment where everything just flies out of your hands and you go into a feral stance on all fours and just scamper behind a tree and just make it so that you want to absolutely be sure that no one can see you right now. There is an upside to this and there's a downside to this. The upside is your heightened sense of focus right now is off the charts. You feel like if anything were to make a move, you would instantly know about it and be able to react. The downside to this is the idea of doing complex manipulations of things with your hands is gone.
That's literally the only thing I can do.
I am giving you a boon that is replacing that ability right now. And what I'm saying is your sense of perception is now +3 dice.
Oh,
Ooh.
I got a +3 perception.
Ooh.
That's right. So it's not perception per se. There's a lot of individual skills that this will apply to, but just please make a note that your perception is +3 dice.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, Tap.
Becky, you could have sworn Madeline was following behind you in your short-lived game of Leapfrog, and you in your semi-not flat heels and nurse's outfit were sort of making it work, but yeah, it was debatable whether you're actually being stealthy. You wait for a second by the latest tree that you've picked to stand by, and you notice she's not with you anymore. You're not sure what happened to her. You don't see her anymore. And you don't hear any of this laughter. This is not.
Just suddenly sticks are gone, or sticks
Right.
are just on the floor. He has been raptured, and you were left behind.
Excuse me. All right, the two of you are having a bit of a moment in the trees over here. I gotta start doing a few things here. Okay, so that's gonna happen, and then we need another thing here. Caleb, did you
rolled a
roll?
one.
Oh, you rolled
Yes,
one.
rolled a
Okay, so
one.
unfortunately, the bobby pin is not really working on this lock anymore. It's not really, you haven't broken it or anything, but it just it's getting you. It's not. It's getting the better of you. You're not really feeling the right tumbler positions. So you've tried to go through the first 3 or 4 positions a couple of times now, and you really can't feel where the catches are at all. This thing either has a ton of grease in it, or it's just so used that it's difficult to pick. Period.
Can
The
I
door
check
has
around
the door has no window, by the way. It's just a knob and a lock with a sign that says staff.
Can I check around the cash register to see if someone left behind a spare key?
There is a cash register in the room, and it is also for sure locked. It would require a round key, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Not something you can normally pick with a hairpin. Much better type of key to just have on you if you're like a thief type person, because those are super it's a round thing with a tang on it, like everybody.
Yeah.
If you've ever had one of those keys, you just hang on to it, you can open every one of those locks. But you don't have one on you.
Nope.
And the register is unpowered and certainly not logged into at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
If you would
Well,
like
shit.
to make some sort of investigation check, we can check and see if there's a key somewhere around here.
Sure.
If you'd
I
like
would
to
like
do
to
that.
do that. Yes.
You could also exit the building and see if there's another way to get into the room.
I'd like to try that investigation, please.
Please make a wits and investigation roll.
Oh.
Not. You are really not finding anything. You turn over a couple of T-shirts on a rack. You look around the register. You sort of look on the top of the door frame to the staff room. Just strike it out.
Well, crap. I'm gonna go next to one of the windows, next to the still closed front double door and just wait and see if anyone comes to investigate a magically open door.
Okay, so you describe this to me, please. You are where exactly?
Okay, so I was in the back or wherever,
Yep.
searching around for the usual places that someone might be not. Someone might just leave a spare key because
Yep. We made it through
they
that
are.
part, right?
So
Now where are you?
frustrated, gonna go back to the front,
Uh-huh.
and on the side of the front entrance, that the double door that's still closed, I'm gonna step over like a window or two away from that, and then watch from there to see if anything might be coming to investigate.
Okay. So you're sort of standing off to the side of a window, kind of peeking your head around, and
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's a sentry of sorts.
Yep.
Okay. Great. Becky and Madeline. Becky, as I said, Madeline kind of disappeared. Madeline, yeah, you lost your bindle, and you have a really strange feeling going through you. But everything around you, just you feel connected. It's a difficult feeling to describe, but you are up. You are on something right now. You can see everything. You can hear everything. What are you
I think
doing?
it's LSD.
What's that?
Mm,
I honestly didn't understand what you said.
I think it's LSD.
Oh, it doesn't feel like LSD. Boy,
hyper-focus.
I'm at great risk here of describing this in more detail because I really could in terms of drug reference, but it's much more psilocybin based. Everything is tones of gray, and not moving necessarily, but hyper contrasted. So there are no shadows, there are no glares. It all focuses for you. Every distance you can see focuses for you. It's almost as if the world around you, you have depth perception, but you can see at all distances equally well at the same time. Your hearing is utterly supernatural. You can hear Becky's sort of last meal moving around as she sways. You can hear that in yourself as well. There's some sloshing.
Yeah.
You can hear all the way out to the museum where sort of think that Caleb might be over there. You
What
haven't
about-
seen him in a while, but you can hear there's some little tiny little bit of movement, and now you can hear it.
What about Dude Bro?
Interesting that you should think of that. You crawl around the tree, which I'm imagining was sort of to your south, which is how you got away from Becky, and you poke your head around and sort of do a husky head turn, angling your ears. And indeed, you do. You hear two things. Three things, if I'm to be completely technically accurate. The first thing you hear is four-pawed, trotting movement. This would be a dog, a wolf, a fox, something four-legged, pawed feet, claws, trotting somewhere from here. You see my pig.
Yeah. Can you do it one more time, please?
Down here.
Can you do it one more time, please?
I'm literally drawing. Oh, wait. Ugh, I'm on the GM layer. I'm sorry.
I thought I was going crazy.
No, it's fine. I hate GM layer on this fucking app. Freehand. Okay, I'm gonna draw a doggy.
Oh God.
Oh my god, it's like a duck with four legs.
Come on, where are the ears? What?
Something
like
with 4 legs and paws this way cometh.
This is like a duck and a rabbit had an unholy
I
merger.
mean, that's probably the worst drawing I've ever done in my life. Get that out of here. Anyway, so there is definitely something. I will draw directions. I will not draw the dog anymore. Coming from this direction.
Draw a dog again.
The other thing you hear is right around here. You think you hear slight movement, shifting of weight. Not really walking or trotting or 4 legs or 2 legs or 6 legs or anything like that. It's more there's something on the ground and it's shifting weight between 1 foot and the other or 1 foot and 3 others or whatever, because you can hear the ground giving way slightly, and it's very thick, as you can imagine, under this tree canopy with cast off leaves, pine needles, small sticks, pine cones, all those things over centuries have built up underneath these canopies. And ever so slight shifting of weight, even if you're not walking, can be heard, and you are hearing that. The third thing you hear is actually quite a ways up in the air. If you angle your head right, you can actually hear like a scraping noise near the top of the lighthouse. You can't really see the top of the lighthouse from where you are, but you can hear this. It's almost as if somebody was taking their hand and they had placed it on like a concrete sidewalk and they were just scraping it ever so slightly with their fingertips. Just
I don't like that.
yeah, it's like somebody's, just rubbing on that concrete ever so slightly.
Probably going to zoomies over this direction to try and hear what's going on in the lighthouse better. I would like to think that in this state of big brain Madeline, that she would assume that the wolf running is probably a friendly kindred, one of the people that were invited to the hunt by Eduardo.
Amuru.
His name is now Eduardo.
This is a great deal of exposition you're spewing. And what I really want to know is, you broke cover to go southward, did you not?
Yeah.
Very well. I will try and figure out how to do this, but this is the first attack.
The best I could to.
This is the first attack I will have rolled in this entire game.
Oh
so
shit!
Bear with me.
Shit!
I believe I need to.
Oh no!
Look at that, and then I am supposed to look at that, and I add that.
Can I do a do-over? Can I do something else?
Negative.
Nope.
I know.
We're committed. We're fully committed.
It's okay.
You
are a welcome sacrifice to identify where this
Hey.
bad guy is.
Ollie.
And it's that plus.
Last time I got hit by something, I almost died. I almost got player killed in my first.
And then he's got that, and so he's got.
My brother almost killed me.
Okay.
Were you level 1 by any chance?
I was level 1. I had 12 hit points, and my brother almost killed me.
I gotta add.
It's
this
super
shit
easy
in.
to die level 1, so I get it.
Oh shit! Okay.
No.
So
that's not what you want to hear.
Okay, so that, and then yep. Okay.
Did I roll a stuff?
No, you broke cover to go. Okay.
You forgot to specify.
Oh, that's a critical. Oh no.
No.
That's
Oh,
four,
no.
No.
6. Okay. Let's see. So that's +4. So Madeline. Yeah. That is. How do I do this? So that is okay. So let me describe the scene. You do that. You make it. I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 feet from your original hiding spot. Becky, you sort of see her scamper forward. You don't really react. Caleb, you don't see any of this, but all three of you hear the rifle shot.
Oh shit.
And it is startling beyond comparison. This was just utterly silent, minus the bugs. For so long, you've been sort of wandering around this place, and all of a sudden, crack. Madeline, you take 10, I believe it's standard damage, not aggravated damage. So what that means is you apply, I think, you check every health box. You check 10 health boxes, but because you only have 5, I believe you double check all of them, and so I think that means that you are in like torpor. I think. I'm not sure about that, but I think when you do oh wait, if an attacker.
I have absolutely no chance of dodging at all, or at least trying to lessen the blow.
It's a strange combat system. It's very difficult to miss. You can have armor, which can mitigate damage. And the attacker can also fail the roll completely, but if you succeed at all, it is a certain amount of damage. So it's essentially like a game of attrition.
So you're not dead.
The part that I don't know is how damage works, right? So let's see, VtM damage. How do you calculate damage? Okay. Oh, you do get to make a roll. That's right.
Oh, yeah, it's unless you're surprised.
Okay, no. So you make Dex plus Athletics to avoid. Is that right?
Does she get dodge modifier from?
Do I get a modifier from the messy critical?
No.
Oh. Okay, you're not that nice.
Not in this situation.
Well, I mean, the only thing that you'd be able to do with what I gave you is you'd be able to hear the bullet.
I had the health thing already. Can I redo that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that.
But so you had 1 success. So, oh, you were impaired. Do it again. Yeah. Without your health thing. Okay, that's better. But it's still 8 damage.
Okay.
I think that's the way that works. Those successes. That's 1 success of superficial damage, right? Oh, and you get to half superficial damage. So when you take 8, you only have to do 4. So you only get 4. So take all of that away, and you have 4 slashes of through. Yeah. Yep. There you go. You got it. Good. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that's all wrong, but we're learning, and we're gonna have some fun. Okay. So this rifle shot cracks out, and everybody except for Madeline, please make a wits plus awareness roll or a wits plus firearms roll,
I like that better.
whichever is higher.
I'm going to grab myself some food really, really quickly.
Sure. You're injured anyway, so.
Do I get the aspects or the senses bonus on this?
Yes, because you were actively sentineling.
Sweet.
Becky, you rolled. That's quite a few successes. Becky,
Fuck.
that is not so good. Caleb, I will say that the rifle shot is so loud that it overloaded you a bit, right? So you were listening for footsteps or whatever, but I mean, this is just, you weren't tuned for this range right now, and the dynamic limiter kicked in, and you are not sure what happened. Becky,
You want me to try and roll the? Oh God, that was
no,
really.
I'm going to talk to Becky
Okay,
now.
yeah.
So Becky, you hear the rifle crack, but you are also looking at Madeline, and you see the blood spray and you see how it hit her. It basically hit her almost in the square in the chest, and from looking at how it affected her, you can basically tell that shot came from the lighthouse.
Hmm.
And then you also hear, boy, I wish I had a brass casing right now. I could throw it on the floor. It'd be really cool. you hear a brass casing hit concrete. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, so that probably will indicate at least what Becky's thinking is probably high up on the lighthouse.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah, I think it's a time delay. I mean, otherwise this is going to go all medicine on.
So, Madeline, I will say, for the time being, has shared her quote-unquote turn with her attacker. Let's go to Becky first. Becky, you saw this happen. You're pretty sure that shot came from the lighthouse. What are you doing?
Think out loud, there's two goals. It would be telling everyone it's in the lighthouse. I don't know if it's better to do it by text or just yelling lighthouse.
If you text, that will be your sort of action. Yeah. Or unless you have some sort of celerity. Do you have a speed enhancing?
I do
power?
not think I picked up a speed enhancing power.
Okay. If you had celerity, I would say, yeah, you can whip out the phone and text with one finger as a blur and get it done and still have time to do something else.
Because the hard part would be, if I shoot back at it, how are they going to know it's going to be the lighthouse?
Okay, number one, I believe all you have is a scatter gun, correct?
Yes, a shotgun, yeah.
How many ranks do you have in firearms?
4?
You have more than enough knowledge of firearms to know that even double-aught buck is going to have zero effect from this range to the lighthouse. Now, if you had rifle slugs or some sort of flechettes, it might be better, but nope. That was definitely double-aught that you loaded from that box.
Okay. Yeah, then I would know it would do it. Then I am going to, as my action, I'm just going to text in the group chat. He's in the lighthouse, probably the top floor.
Okay, go ahead and stick it in the chat there and press send. So your fingers fly and you are, sort of on it right now. It's weird. It's the vampire in you is really sort of confident that you guys can do this job, and you really, really, really have a lot going on this. So you buck up, you send the text, sort of grab some tree trunk and try to hide from the direction that you think the shot came from.
Yeah, that's pretty much the goal.
Got it.
I'd be looking over. I'll look over, even if I don't see her, in the general direction of Maddie, thinking, "Come on, 21st state to the use."
It gets used here fairly quickly. Okay, anything else before we move over to Caleb?
No, not for me.
Okay. Caleb, yeah, that was something. Your ears are sort of ringing a little bit, and you're not really sure what happened. You heard the cry or whatever happened with Madeline. I don't know, Madeline. Did you think you would have made a noise? I mean, this bullet hit you square in the chest, basically, and it probably went through. So not a pleasant experience. I don't know how you would handle that. Probably at least a yelp, right?
I don't think it would be something loud enough that Caleb would be able to hear it from that distance.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Caleb,
it would
you hear
probably be a gasp.
Okay. Caleb,
I'm
you hear the shot.
disoriented.
You hear the shot followed by a sharp gasp from that direction. You can definitely make out, the two figures in the trees that you are pretty sure are Madeline and Becky. Not quite sure if somebody's been shot or not, but I mean, this is what you came here to do, so you figure this is it. What are you doing?
Okay. First, I think I'm gonna drop heightened senses. Would that be an incidental? Just shut
Sure.
off the rest
Sure.
of those?
Yep. Free action.
So the shot definitely didn't come from over here.
You're not quite sure where the shot came from.
Oh wait, it would be loud enough. It's breaking the silence so badly that it was just.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
However you want to think of it, your roll was pretty low, so you heard a gunshot is all you know. And at the end of your, so just FYI, at the end of your turn, you're gonna get that text from Becky.
Okay.
But right now, there's nothing.
I am going to draw the revolver and step out the door and move towards the girls. And I believe I'm still hidden.
Yep.
And can I try doing a perception check?
What are you looking for?
Or is there I am trying to perceive what's going on over here. In this away's direction. Because I know the gasps / girls are in this away's. I guess I'm just trying to take in the scene and trying to figure out what the hell just happened.
Okay, you don't need a roll. Yeah, the girls are there. You can see them as you exit the building. I'm assuming you leave that door open, and yeah, you see the two of them. Madeline is sort of clutching at her chest, and Becky is sort of pressing up against a tree, and they're both shading towards the northern side of whatever cover they're near. So if they're reacting to something, it is to the south.
Oh, in that case, I see them trying to cover from this.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly.
How far do you think I can get to start running towards the watchtower or the lighthouse?
You want to charge the lighthouse?
Yeah, I feel confident in my abilities.
Okay, so do you have any sort of celerity power?
No.
Okay.
Just the invisibility.
Okay.
Effective invisibility.
Yep. I'll say you can make it to the fence line that surrounds it. You see the octagon around the... Yeah. And that is a... sort of 4.5 to 5 foot tall leaning fence, so you can just kind of get your arms on. Average size male, female stature can kind of put their arms up on it. You can lean on it. Very easy to scale. Yeah. And this is you are in your obfuscated form, but you are running.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. What have you rolled a stealth check during this encounter?
No.
Please roll dexterity plus stealth if you would. What was
Oh shit.
okay.
Do I get to add my obfuscate to it or not?
Yes. Yeah, of course. You're invisible.
Okay, in that case. Okay, come on. Okay, Dex, Stealth, Aspects.
Not no or oh yeah, wait.
Or not Obfuscate.
Yeah, obfuscate. Thank you.
Aha!
As Jason Carl would say, I am making a note.
Oh.
It's always a wonderful thing to hear the GM say. I'm gonna stack up against the wall.
It is fence post with slats, so you are not obscured. If you were to drop your invisibility, people would know that you were there. However, you are invisible, so as far as you know, is no problem.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
just
that's
gonna hunker down.
Yeah, that's your sort of action here. Let's circle back to Madeline. Madeline, you're definitely high up in the. You're still very, very aware. You still got that boon that I gave you. So, not only does that mean you continue to hear everything and see everything that goes on around you, but you are also acutely aware there is a fairly large hole in your chest. It is not human mortal type pain that you feel right now, so far as if you do not get this taken care of with some form of feeding, very soon your beast will for you.
Yeah. She does her best. I feel as though she would be like slumped on the ground or against a tree if she was next to one, and is now trying to take cover the same way that Becky is. Except, well, she's injured and trying to keep her not back, but keep something between her and where she heard where the rifle came from, the rifle shot. Am I still able to hear the quadruped and also the possibly Eduardo?
The quadruped has gone into a dead run. There is distinct sound of coming towards the lighthouse now. You're sort of unsure how far away it is, but would guess that it's going to be here in the amount of time that it takes to do maybe another round, right?
Okay.
The location that you had on where Amwiru was, you so named Edward. You hear a very strange. It's grunting mixed with like a half snarl, with what you can only describe as large tree branches breaking or bones breaking.
That's not nice. I let me double check something. Did I have foresight? No, I have none in medicine. I would probably be trying, like, very carefully, very slowly, being aware, trying to get my way back to Becky.
Okay. So, do you do this in a speedy fashion, or do you do this
No,
in a
I am going as slow as I can, but
stealth?
still trying to make ground, staying
Stealth?
low to the ground.
Healthy.
Stealthy.
Yeah,
Okay.
stealthy.
Please make a dexterity plus stealth check. And just for flavor, go ahead and throw in your 3 dice bonus from the
Full
boon.
size modifier +3.
Plus 3.
Nice.
Very good.
Tiny.
Very good. Go ahead and move your token. Yeah, you slink back to Becky for sure. Wasn't that far to go.
I would motion to the my handgun. Like, take it, Becky. Becky, take it.
I'm not gonna
Take
make
it
you
and
guys
help
do.
me.
I'm not gonna make you guys do. You got to wait for your turn. Blah 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 blah. If you want to exchange handgun or whatever, go for it. And talk. That's fine.
We need to make sure you don't die first.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Madeline. You see Becky. Madeline. The front of her is a fairly large entry wound. There's some blood there. The back is disgusting. There are like blown out bits of stuff, I'll say, that are just kind of hanging on. It's really gross. Like nothing you have seen from a mortal standpoint of gunshot wounds, even in the hospital setting that you are very familiar with. This is something that would have killed a mortal instantaneously.
Do you think bits of her lung is like hanging out as well?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah.
Oh.
There's stuff. Yeah.
because of this now, her voice is more whistly.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, I didn't think of that. There's a lot of extra gurgling.
Yeah, gurgling, and then slight perturbed as she's like, "You can fix me later. Just fucking get that son of a bitch."
So I have 4 ranks in medicine. Does that, based on the wound that I see, is that something that seems? I know she's a vampire.
Yeah.
1-to-1.
I'm sorry. This is
Facility.
going to be sort of a negative learning curve on this, but unfortunately, VTM is not the kind of game where you get to heal through any skill base mechanism. I think most of the time the mechanics are set up to allow you to heal supernaturally through the use of blood. Yeah. So you would be able to heal a certain number of superficial wounds by making checks after having awoken, having roused. Also, I think you can do that in just in the middle of the night by making specific checks as well. But it's all on Madeline's shoulders, so to speak. There is no doctor or surgical procedure where you'll be able to actually assist her and even though it looks like she has some pretty serious wounds going on here, the vampire nature of damage to the body is much less severe than it would be for a mortal, because essentially she has no blood pressure. She does not require her body to be in a whole state to be functional. As long as the muscles that are connecting her bones together are still intact, she is fully capable of, actualized movement and action.
That's the
so
supernatural part coming in.
It is very much foreign to mortals that someone would be able to do what she's doing right now, but to a vampire, this is a serious wound, but still not unlife-threatening.
Yeah, unlife.
This is Monday morning.
Monday.
It's a Monday.
I would also say that I'm grabbing my phone. I don't know. I don't exactly care to know where Caleb is right now.
You grab your phone, you notice you have a text. It's from Becky.
Yeah, Lighthouse. And then I text in there saying...
that would be your next turn. So the movement that you've accomplished thus far is probably most of your turn. I was letting you exchange items and then converse, but I think that's gonna be it. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay,
yep.
No problem. So Becky, you're gonna be next, but there's a few things that are gonna happen first. I need to decide who. Okay, so I have to make one quick decision here. Then I will tell you what happens. Low, so that's gonna be. Yeah, so that'll be that. Okay. Oh God, gross. Okay. So that's that, and then let's say you're gonna be cover. Okay, so your concealment, yeah, so that's -1. Okay. And then I can't remember what the opposing is, but let's just call it the way that it was before. Caleb, please make...
Oh, no.
Yeah, please make a Dex plus Athletics, if you would.
Okay, that's dice.
Oh, man.
Dex and Athletics.
I'm
then
sorry.
I have a +1.
I'm sorry for rolling so well. Why would you get a +1?
Is that for the cover modifier, or is that on the enemy side only?
I'm doing that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh boy. Huh. 2.
Okay, 2, and then so you hear a rifle shot, and let's just say, for flavor's sake, you were leaning on one shoulder against the fence post. The far shoulder that wasn't is now on fire, and figuratively speaking, it's not actually on fire.
It's just gone.
No. You take 4 superficial wounds halved to 2.
Okay, yeah, that's...
And you have been shot. It is much the same as what happened to Madeline, although you might not have seen that from your distance. But yeah, this was a high caliber rifle. It sort of turned your upper arm into hamburger. Gonna have a penalty to dexterity and strength checks from now on that would involve both arms.
Okay.
Becky and Madeline, you hear the shot? Madeline, please make me a... I want to call this wits plus awareness, but you're so heightened senses right now that I might just change it into... yeah, I'm gonna do composure plus awareness. because that's a better stat for you, and add the 3 dice to your pool.
Noise.
So this should be a lot of dice. You roll enough dice? You rolled 8 dice? Yes, I think you did. Okay. Damn. You were 1 below what you needed.
Shoot!
Yeah. So you hear the shot, and instinctively your eyes move so fast that you internally think, I should have been able to see the flash. Damn it. And you definitely know it's from the tower, or the lighthouse. You sensed that when you were hit the first time, but expecting another shot because obviously you're all still sort of moving around and everything. You were hyper aware and waiting for that next shot just to look and see if you could pick out which opening it would have been on the lighthouse, or maybe on top of it, or where somewhere that you could take aim at. And unfortunately, you just weren't fast enough to see that flash. So
Another brass casing falls down.
yeah, ding, 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 ding. The next thing that happens is, I have no idea how to roll this. This is pretty cool. There is a very large, loud noise over here, and I don't have a token for it, but I will describe it. Don't worry. Edward Mueru Eduardo is no more. The thing that you see, Caleb, you are the closest. Breaking this tree line over here is what you can only describe as a monstrous mountain lion. And when I say monstrous, I mean at the shoulder, this thing is coming up to your shoulder full height. On the hind legs, it would probably be over 12 feet tall. Massive.
I fucking hope that thing's on our side.
Full speed. It's really wild. What happens is the thing bounds over the half fence, like basically jumps 8 or more feet away from the base of the lighthouse, up at the wall, and clears maybe 12 or 15 feet vertically before it even hits the lighthouse. And as it hits the lighthouse, it's basically climbing it like a cat would climb a tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild sight to behold. I mean, this is sheer just painted brick. And the thing is clawing up it, and you can see the bits of stone and brick falling away under its claws, but it's almost as if the thing is strong enough that if it wanted to, it could accelerate in a run up the side of this thing. It's so strong. It's truly staggering. But essentially, it's going to take its whole, quote, turn to just accomplish that feat. And it's basically making a beeline for one of the windows, or from the platform that's at the top of it. You can kind of see the shadow and the field. There's like a parapet sort of almost all the way up that has like a little viewing deck. And then above that, there's actually some interior space with windows. There are also circular windows around the entire length of the tower that you can only assume would mirror a internal spiral staircase, because the windows are staggered in such a way.
Mm.
Anyway, so this monstrous mountain lion is just cruising up the side of this thing. It's just wild. If there were people here taking pictures, they probably would forget to actually push the button and just instead would just shit their pants. So you also see a similar but smaller canine break the tree line over here. Very much wolf-like. I don't have a token. Maybe somebody could grab one, but yeah, sort of. if you had a picture in your mind of what a dire wolf looked like, this is it. Also making a beeline for the lighthouse, but will not make the fence line in this turn. It's sort of sitting here. I'll just make a mark here. Let's see.
Do I have a wolf?
E W. Dire wolf. Okay. So that is the 3 turns that I needed to take before I believe the next person up was Becky, and then it will be
Yes.
Caleb again. Yeah. Okay.
Where's my face? I am going to, for lack of a better word, unsling and hold the shotgun and start running up to the lighthouse.
Okay. So Maddie offered you the Glock. Did you take that?
Yeah, I'll take the Glock. I'll put it in the back, small of the back.
Okay. So you're sort of holstering the Glock somehow in your nurse's outfit.
I'm holding it with my ass cheeks. Yes.
Okay, this is gonna penalize your movement. I mean,
I do
it's,
Wait,
sure.
Yes, because that will not impede my movement.
That works really
Yes.
well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Why have big titty if
Raw
not
holster?
use
Yeah.
as
I
compartment?
mean, that's there. Okay,
Exactly.
So
Yep.
there's a half of a Glock
Oh, girl.
17 sticking out of your yep,
Yes,
and
yep.
and you take off at a dead run
Yeah.
with the shotgun
We're
in
gonna
hand.
run
Okay.
down. See
Okay.
if eventual goal is to run up and shoot the idiot in the face.
You will definitely be able to make the fence line, and you now see Caleb where you didn't before. He is sort of clutching his shoulder a bit. You can only assume as having suffered from the second gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can make it about there. You could also take cover behind that short building there, which I would recommend.
Nah, it's fine. Just sit up against the fence like I did.
Yeah. So, caving to your better judgment, you end your dead run by slamming into the wall of this thing and sliding down a bit. And that is most of your turn / movement. I suppose you could get one other sort of minor action going if you had an idea.
Only for dramatic. Well, it's already loaded in the chamber, so never mind.
Yeah. So what the hell? You rack the shotgun.
Yeah.
It's nice and loud. Whoever it is that's taking these shots definitely knows there's some power coming. Okay, Caleb, you are bleeding from the shoulder. A little.
Flesh wound.
Yeah, it's but a flesh wound, and you're kind of pissed.
Just a little bit. Am I able to try and look up and see if the guy has sights on me right now?
You have not yet seen this person. You don't know where they are, what window they might be shooting out of, whether they're even inside the thing. You certainly have heard that fairly advanced Nosferatu have such intricate powers of invisibility that he could be hanging onto the side of this thing and you would never know it.
Oh. Oh.
Well, Bit. Everything I can do that's decent requires line of sight. Wonderful.
What are you doing?
I am going to try dashing into the lighthouse.
Okay. So you vault the... Oh, okay. You want to take the long way around or you want to vault the...
I mean, I don't have an arm, so unless I...
No, you have an arm. You definitely do. And,
Sure.
you know, it's fairly easy to vault over this. You're a vampire.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, let's do the supernatural hop
Yeah.
over. And then
So your arm's not feeling the greatest, and in an
Mhm.
arm wrestling match, you'd be in trouble. But you get the job done. You vault this thing. You run up to the doorway. Yeah, you get to the door, and it's not open.
oh shit. What would it be to try and look if there's any blood sorcery?
What?
Any traps of a magical nature on the
Oh,
door?
oh.
Would it be oh
Well,
coal?
that's gonna be so. Let me put it this way. What little I know of blood sorcery in VTM is that in some rare circumstances, the warding magic that can be generated through the use of blood, and incantation, very rarely does that result in a ward that is physically visible.
Hmm.
So if you were to try to ascertain whether a doorway or a welcome mat or a doorknob or anything like that had a ward on it, you would need to sit there for a number of minutes to actually craft the detection ability to see whether or not it had been warded.
Well, I'm slightly more expendable than the other two, than Amuru or whoever else coming in after me. And you said the door was closed.
It's closed. It's a very big door. It's this is the door of the lighthouse that's 125 years old or whatever. It's some big oaken looking thing, 10 feet tall, heavily rounded exterior top, big wood planks.
Oof.
Not something you could just kick down.
Is it locked?
You have a gun.
You don't know.
I will touch the door and jiggle the lock.
You touch what appears to be a sort of a heavy latch, which is it's like the end of a fire poker sticking out of a vertical slot. And that thing is resting at the bottom. So you grab onto that thing, and then what you imagine is you lift that up vertically, and then you can push the door in. You grab onto this latch, and with your good arm, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you throw this upward, and it moves. It moves, and you hear a pop, and the door is free to swing as far as you can see.
And
So
that's
you
when the
can-
claymore plays. No.
Well, you can push it open if you would wish.
Yes, I would like to push open the door.
Okay, and you called it. That's a claymore. I'm very sorry.
Oh shit!
Wow. Okay. Let's see here.
Are we talking Claymore the sword or Claymore the landmine?
Explosive.
Number 2.
It's the explosive because of course it is.
Who buys a?
This guy,
This is all Shred. This is all the story that you guys didn't uncover. There's a whole backstory in this guy, and yeah, it's a claymore.
He's wearing operator. He's wearing operator stuff. That's what I was thinking the whole time. Oh shit, we're gonna be looking for someone that sticks out for a sore thumb because they have.
I don't know how to roll this because it's just an inanimate object. So.
I think it's still ranged. Like a range attack?
Yeah, but there's no one doing it to you.
Maybe he has the dodge with the fixed difficulty, kind of like a DC.
Let me see. No. I got this. V5.
Does somebody have a mouse or something when their mic is going on?
It's Mango and she's typing.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's typing, but like someone else has a. It's like a. How to describe it? There's like another sound. It's more regular. Anyways.
Well, I'm not seeing anything, so I'm going to make the session go faster because we're already pretty long here. Let's just say you take 8 superficial wounds, so half to 4 as the 3/4-inch steel balls rip through your body,
3, 4.
followed very closely by a very hot ball of fire.
Yeah, so that kind of tickled.
How are you doing there? I need to look at your sheet here.
I am now 2 aggravated and 4 superficial, if I'm doing that correctly.
Caleb, let's see here. Well, you took 2 before, and then
Yes.
and then so 4 more would have been. No, that's
So
that's
I
not,
was- I had
that's
2
not right. You should just have all your health single slash.
Well, I had some damage in the
Oh, that's
the
right.
previous session.
And you didn't heal
I
it.
had
Yeah.
2. I wasn't able to heal, and then
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Yep. That's
I'm not
where you're
looking
at.
too hot. I mean,
Yeah,
I am hot, but
Well, briefly. Your clothes are a little smoky.
We all
Becky.
know that you think you're attractive.
Becky, large explosion to your left there. It was
Jeebus.
yeah, this was not like a firecracker or a rifle shot. This was it's, it's cliche, but this was military grade explosive going off. So your ears are ringing. If you had any part of your body peeking around the cover that you have there, you actually felt heat for a moment. Madeline, again, very loud explosion noise, flash of light from the tower, base of the tower. Yeah, and you would have seen Caleb running towards it, and then that happened. So, not the best feeling in the pit of what's left of your stomach.
Okay. I thought this was in the chest, so my stomach contents would possibly be fine.
I tried to turn a phrase, and you're correct. It was your chest. We'll call it your heart. What's left
so
of your heart.
opening the door, explodey bits. I'm
You're prone. You're
okay.
Yeah, you're on the threshold there, and you're prone on your back. That is definitely your turn. So I was gonna go back to Madeline.
Oh, I was gonna get Wolf.
Madeline, your
are
brother
muted.
just ran up to the lighthouse, and big boom. Something
Yeah,
happened.
no, she's absolutely fucking pissed right now.
Mm.
Right now, and then as well, she doesn't have much that she can do other than either be a distraction or attempt something stupid.
Role-playing games. Room to be stupid.
I mean, what's gonna happen? Do you think he's gonna have a second Claymore mine?
That's good stuff.
Honestly, I wouldn't be that surprised, actually. So,
How about a third?
I am going to get her
Yeah.
over here-ish.
Yep.
And is there any way I could try to use Daunt as the presence, and then Daunt to try and get that person to like give up their position one way or another?
Interesting. Let's read Daunt. The Daunt says, where's Daunt?
Is this page choosing?
Instead of attracting people, they are instead repelled due to your threat. Oh, I remember this. I mean, essentially what this would be is a supernatural middle finger to this whoever it is, right? So
Oh, yeah.
you're yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm aware. It would be a middle finger. It would also be painting a target on my back as well. But if it gives Becky or Dude Bro a shot or like a moment,
Dude, bro.
I'll do it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, stupid, maybe. Heroic, kind of heroic. Go ahead and
Not very
roll.
vampire.
Go
Kind
ahead
of
and roll
heroic,
it.
though.
Yeah, roll it. And I'm gonna make it like an intimidation type thing, but let's see what your skills sort of
Forgot how
offer
to
us
roll
here.
presence and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But
Well, no, I mean, I think, man, you have big charisma. So let's do charisma plus, like, I kind of want to say leadership,
yeah, actually,
and
that would
then
work.
your daunt bonus, and just almost what you could do is you could play the angle of like, this guy, whoever it was, shot you in the freaking chest. It's nasty, but like you're not going anywhere. This dude's gonna die. Like, and you're gonna fucking run out there and point at the freaking thing and go, "You chicken shit. Let's see your fucking face. I'm gonna tear your fucking face off. Let's go." Like you're trying to get the guy to look at you. You're trying to get the guy to poke the rifle butt out or the rifle stock out.
Yeah.
Barrel.
I'm trying
or
to get
whatever.
him to falter one way or
I can
another,
talk.
to make a noise, something.
Yeah. So push your daunt skill, and then add your leadership and it's leadership, charisma, and daunt. I think I know how to do that. If you're not sure.
Wait a minute. How do you...
Is
it that button or that button? Is it that button? I don't think it's that button. Wait,
No, daunt.
maybe.
Daunt is gonna be
Skill, charisma. Wait, no. Leadership. Discipline. Wait.
no. It's attributes. Yep.
Charisma.
Yep. And then
Skills.
then skills, and then leadership. Yep. And then
roll?
it should be. It says +0, but go ahead and roll it. Let's see what happens.
I can do a full size modifier.
No,
Nope.
I'm not gonna give you the +3 on this one.
Difficulty.
Just it doesn't matter.
0.
Did it roll enough dice? Is the question. Yeah, it gave you potency, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So it rolled 7 plus. You have how many presents? No, you should have 2. So that should be 9. So it's missing a die. Right? Yeah, it's missing a die. So there's something wrong with your presence not, or your potency not registering.
There's a potency on the back, correct?
1, right? Then you collapse. Nope, not that blood, not blood potency. Nope. So I'm going to take you back to the front for a sec. Let me just
Okay.
take your
I'm not gonna touch my computer until
control.
you're done doing.
Yeah,
the thing.
just let me play here.
It's weird. It's like you're remoting into me. It's
I
weird.
know. It's odd, isn't it?
It's not that hard. Your entire back is exposed. Go in and...
Oh, har. Yeah, why does it say 0 +0?
I want to do something cool.
Yeah, but oh, roll 20. Fuck you. I'm just rolling you. I'm just gonna do it physically for you. This is ridiculous.
I'll trust you.
Yeah. So this is what's your, how many blood dice do you have right now? Oh, 3. Oh shit. Are you sure you have 3 hunger? Because I thought you slaked your hunger a little bit on the girl that gave you a tampon. Did I break her? Wait. I thought you got down to 1.
I
Pretty
got
sure
that
she
one.
did.
Yeah, I think you did too. So I'm gonna say you have 1 hunger die. Okay, big roll. Let's go. All right, that's looking good. Yeah, that's a crit. You got 1 crit, so that's 6, 7. Okay, so 7. You rolled 7. So this guy needs to roll against your 7. Okay. So he whatever the equivalent of Vampire the Masquerade cool. Let's see. It's gonna be composure, which he's actually semi decent at, and insight? No. This is like composure. What are the composure skills? Awareness?
I think it would be like
This is a weird roll. To resist this, right?
maybe
Insight?
intimidation.
Nah, he's not going to be counter-intimidating. You know
Well,
what?
then insight.
I'm going to make this really cool for you, so I'm just going to roll his composure and just say that's all he gets. So he has literally no help here. Yep, confirm. You do this, and yeah, however you want to describe it.
She runs out to the edge of the brush, holding onto a tree, and she throws out her left hand and gives him the middle finger and says, but again, like her lungs are literally falling out of her chest right now, so she's not that loud. Fuck you, chicken shit for brains! You fucked over my brother! I'm gonna fucking eat your kidney!
It fucking works. You see, very, very hard to see, but because of that boon that I gave you before, you can see it. You see dust fall, and it's I don't know how to I'll try and draw it on here, so it's gonna be right there. Up, and you know what? I'll use the shadow to show you where it is. So the shadow, you see dust fall right from that part, very top, and it's the westernmost face. So you can barely see this dust falling, but you see it. There's definitely something there. Maybe just like Predator. There's like a shimmering, there's something, and it reacted to what you said, and dust is kind of flaking off the side of the lighthouse. There's something there.
Do I have the opportunity to try and yell?
Absolutely. That's
There's
Mr.
a
Daggers
whistle.
in the chat. Sir,
What?
how dare you?
There's a whistle as she's breathing in. And then instead she pulls out her phone and is going to text where the location is instead.
I would say, you can point and yell. I don't know that you need to text.
Top.
Yeah, you
I
can
clap my
effectively
hands.
communicate this.
I clap my hands over my head and then point.
Okay. Becky, you notice this because you hear the rasping, "Fuck you," behind you. You look over your shoulder at her, and it's scary. I mean, she got her shit messed up, but she's right there. It's impressive. You're impressed that she's so bold and so
Stupid.
Yeah. Well, no, it's inspiring. It's inspiring. and you watch where she points, and you're good. You've got a lot of firearms training. You can follow her sight line pretty effectively, so I'm going to definitely give you some benefit from that. Caleb, yeah, you're on the floor, buddy. You don't see much of this. I'm sorry.
Yay!
That time.
I'm trying to unstick my eyelids from each other.
Yeah, you're gluing pieces of your face back on. It's hamburger
Time
day.
for October.
Yeah. Pizza faces, definitely. Anyway, so Madeline, that was a hell of a turn. Becky, you're sort of up next. You see Madeline and what she just did, and yeah, you have your sort of next few seconds to decide what you want to do.
Adrenaline running. We're running up this tower.
Okay, so you casually step over your fallen comrade, who may or may not be smoking slightly.
I kicked in the door for ya.
Yeah,
Rang the doorbell for ya.
Yeah, you run into the darkened interior, and immediately to your right is the outside spiral staircase of the inside of the lighthouse. There's also a makeshift. Well, I wouldn't say it's makeshift. It's the late 1900s, 1800s type lift in the middle of the spiral staircase. There's like a round wooden sort of platform supported on three sides by chain, going all the way up to the top, and a few different sundry bits of apparatus on the wall behind it that you can only imagine is for people to grab onto and manually winch this thing up and down. But obviously this is no elevator, so you're gonna have to take the stairs. Yeah. So I will say conservatively, if you don't have any celerity,
No celerity, correct.
bonus or anything, yeah, this will take you at least 2 turns to actually get all the way up the lighthouse. So I'm assuming you start your way up, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So given the distance from the actual door, we'll say 2 full turns to get you to the top, quote unquote. I can't tell you what's up there yet, but yeah, it's that's what you'd guesstimate. So you're
more.
you're pounding up the steps with as much speed as your legs can muster. Okay. So I think the next turn is Caleb, if I'm not mistaken.
What about the allies? Are they gone?
It's I would like to give you the opportunity to do something here. So turn order isn't really a thing in VTM, so I'm
Okay.
more going based on I want you guys to do fun stuff, and let's do it.
Yeah. So I'm on the floor, and my sister is using strongly worded phrases at whoever is shot.
Yeah, we've gone over this. It was
sorry.
moving.
I'm a bad habit. Am I able to kind of see where she's pointing or any of the dust as it's like moving? Or
I'm gonna say no. I mean, you saw her do what she did, and heard it. Really, mostly heard it because flat on your back, it was sort of an odd angle to look over and look back through the two layers of fences between you and her.
Yeah.
So you don't really know what she was pointing at, even if you saw her point.
Damn it. Then I am going to get up and duck into the tower.
Okay.
And gonna chase after.
Becky?
Gonna chase behind Becky. Yep.
Okay.
It might be a motivator.
I'll say as you're taking your feet again and rolling into the sort of crouch position to try to move. Yeah, try to move again. This claymore has done a number on your motor functions. You're pretty sure that you are not going to be able to do a fully articulated one-step, two-step up these stairs, and you're going to be limping one leg at a time, unfortunately.
Well, shit.
Yeah, so it sort of caught you at an angle where, in the interest of time, I'll just tell you, this guy knows what he's doing. He definitely is not aiming these claymores for maximum mortal damage, which obviously a claymore is going to kill almost anything that stumbles into it from a mortal standpoint. He was aiming this thing to immobilize vampires. So it was low.
Okay.
It was at your sort of pelvis area. And you really took some heavy damage there. So your hip flexors and the top of your quads, the bottom of your abs, lots of damage. And that's unfortunately where you derive a lot of your speed from when you're doing things like running or climbing stairs. He knew what he was doing. He knew that he wanted to get that kind of effect, and unfortunately you caught the bad end of it.
Well, it's a good thing I upped my health 2 sessions ago.
Yeah, smart.
What is the... To try and heal yourself, does that take minutes, or can that be done?
That's a great question. I'm gonna try and look that up real quick.
Healing.
If you have a beat on that, let me know. I probably
rouse
should
check.
know.
Rouse check to heal superficial health.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't have the time on it, but
To heal. Let's see what I've got here. When you wake, I think it's combat damage healing. Healing superficial damage says you can only make 1 check per turn. And the rouse check, I believe, is to heal a specific number of superficial wounds.
ending damage 218.
Sorry this is taking so long, gang. I apologize.
It's all good. We're at an exciting conclusion of
Healing.
That's what you think. No. They don't heal naturally. They can make 1 rouse check per turn to mend superficial.
You mend a
health.
number of superficial damage equal to the mend rating. Found on the.
Oh, blood potency. I can remove 2 maximum.
Okay, it's because you're blood potency 1, so it's 2 times your number of blood potency.
I have blood potency 2.
Okay, let's just go with that. Cool. So make a rouse check.
This'll be fine.
See what happens.
Yeah, rouse. Yay!
Man, you guys just do not pass those rouse checks.
no illegal.
Okay. Flavor text.
Wait, rouse reroll level 1. What does that do? Willpower reroll?
No. Oh, that's right. I don't think you can willpower reroll a rouse check.
Damn.
I think that's a rule. Like you can't. It's basically a willpower check. So anyway, flavor text is the claymore puts you on your ass. You got up and you realized, God, this is fucking, this guy's sort of being smarter than us. It's pissing me off. And the beast inside hears you kind of admit a little bit of weakness from an intellectual standpoint. And it's not like the other times that I've said that the beast is roused from you gaining in hunger. This is more anger. And the beast says, or rather growls, "Just let me go. Let me go." Okay.
Yeah, I'm
so
just hanging out, and like I stumble in, try to do the rouse, and then it's
yeah.
that's me.
Okay. Yeah. So the other people in this scene, what are they doing? Okay, the dire wolf, I did not manage to import while we were talking. However, it clears the fencing. Excuse me, and does not have the climbing skills of its larger brethren. So it quickly circles around to you, Caleb, seemingly ignoring you and sort of circling the base of the thing. You get the impression that it's not wanting to go inside. It I don't know. You can't really explain it. It's not like the thing is reasoning. Like it's looking at different, like it looked at the door and shook its head or something. It just got to the base of the tower and now it's just sort of running quick laps. So you're not sure exactly what's happening there, but the dire wolf is now, sort of trying to make a mini tornado around the thing. Up on the side of the lighthouse, the massive mountain lion looking shape is coming out of its acceleration up the side and has made it up to the parapet side. It needs to sort of make a somewhat complicated climbing maneuver to actually stop and then mount the parapet and then get even higher, because it's like you can't run vertically or horizontally outward from the side of the thing and still manage to hang on. So it had to slow down. It's climbing up into the parapet, and you get the idea that from the growling, it's otherworldly growling. I won't even try and ruin my voice here to do it, but it's super, super loud and very menacing. But you get the sense that it's directed. So, like, it's got a target. Like, it's not just, clawing at the side of the thing and kind of wondering, looking around and kind of wondering. You get the sense that this thing knows where it's going.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't hear signs of a struggle or anything like that yet. You just hear the constant scratching as it's climbing. A terrifying sight for anyone on the other end of that, on the finish line of wherever it's headed to. But it has not yet engaged. So that is its turn. And then, yeah. Okay, let's see here. I gotta open his sheet again. Nope, not that sheet.
Please don't shoot me again.
I'm sorry. You did a really cool thing, and you asked for this.
You don't die. You get knocked out.
Let's see. Yeah, that was that. So that's that, and that is that. So that's that, and then he is at that, and then this is. We're gonna say that's that, and then his. Good. Okay. Madeline. Please make a dexterity plus. What was it again?
Dex plus athletics.
I think
Why
so.
don't we use craft instead?
Because your crabgrass twine bundle ain't stopping a 308.
Athletics,
yeah,
dexterity.
Dex athletics, please.
Don't forget about your willpower, because I sure did.
What willpower?
Hey, that's not bad. So, plus, oh boy, so you take 4 superficial damage, half to 2.
Oh.
So you only take 2. And I'll give you the flavor text when we figure out how hurt you are here.
Okay, so now I'm impaired. And then I do another one. And I have one of the blacked out.
Okay, so you're at 1 aggravated?
Yeah.
Okay, so another rifle shot rings out, and I'll just give it to you now. Madeline, you see it. You definitely see the flash. You don't hear the crack before it hits you because it's wicked supersonic, but you definitely see muzzle flash. It is outside the tower on the side that I've marked, your eye line there, the red streak. And the flash comes from nothing. So you surmise before it happens that this individual that you're fighting or that you're pursuing is fully capable of attacking completely from an invisible condition. And then the bullet hits you. Unfortunately, this time in the stomach, although off to the side, and for some reason your undead makeup is not quite as vulnerable down there for some reason. I don't know, maybe you have a very slender build and there wasn't much to hit down there, and doesn't quite do as much damage as the first shot did. But still, you pay the price for your hubris and intimidation, which actually worked quite well. So now you are fully aware of where this individual might be. He's probably just spider climbing somehow on the side of the top of this parapet. So that is all you see happen. And that is more or less always going to be his turn, is just sort of staying stealth and taking these shots. So now you kind of know.
I'm guessing he doesn't really like me.
Can't tell.
He doesn't really like anyone.
Anyone.
My point still stands. Anyways.
you are shot for the second time, but free to do as you will, still standing defiantly.
I lean like my what's left of my spine against the tree and hold up double middle fingers in the direction he's in.
Mm-hmm.
Before hobbling away further into the trees.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to find somewhere that I could lay down, like, face first in the dirt and grab my phone. Do I have Ash's phone number?
Yes, you do.
I text Ash.
Mm.
That's what I text her.
Very good. You managed to scrawl parts of words out. Looking at the product before you hit send, you grimace and good enough, and you hit send. It
I'm
goes
gonna
through.
rest my eyes a little bit. I'm
Yeah, it goes through. I mean, you're fairly certain the text happens, and you do your best to conceal yourself. And I'm assuming this will be behind a tree that now, knowing more or less exactly where the shooter's position is, you can align yourself such that he would have to shoot through a tree to get to you, right?
Hopefully it would be multiple trees, but yes.
Yeah. You have no difficulty doing so, and at this point I'll say, because you've taken an aggravated wound, you've lost your perceptive boon.
Yeah.
So you're now coming back down from that high and recognizing this is going to take a number of days and feedings to bring yourself back to where you were, and it will not be a pleasant process because in your current physical state, the thought flits through your head, that is going to be a difficult way to approach someone. Your feedings are likely going to have to be from things that you would rather not feed from.
Yeah, like animals. Great. Thanks,
And-
little voice in my head.
And your beast growls in protest. Yep.
I'm sorry, I can't give you everything you want. Shut the fuck up and let me eat.
Your beast says, "You shut the fuck up."
No, you shut the fuck up.
No, you.
No, you.
Look at your body. It's ruined. Hit you.
I'm Swiss cheese.
Becky, blissfully unaware of the inner monologue going on in Madeline's head, you really, really turn up the Stairmaster impression here, and yep, this is halfway up the lighthouse, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's Saul. I get it.
Yep. So, shotgun in hand, not needing to breathe as a vampire is really helping you, but yeah, your legs are only moving so fast, so...
Your ass is gonna look so good after this.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that
Maybe next time I could carry the Glock in there without penalty.
Oh my god. Oh boy. All right, Caleb.
Yes.
What's your move?
Oh. Well, I have a gun.
Have gun, will travel.
Cannot travel. Does not have limbs.
So I'll give you, with all the things that are going on around you, between your sister really just taking huge risks to sort of expose this shooter, I'll say you definitely have enough perceptive skill to understand what she's done, and you were watching enough now that you're back on your feet again. You probably could step outside and try and take a shot up there and maybe hit something, but...
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So go ahead.
Yeah, I push off of the door frame.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking up over where that is, and do I need to make a perception check or?
No, what I'm gonna roll it all into your firearms roll here. So make a dexterity plus firearms and add your auspex potency.
Oh.
This
Dex,
guy will.
firearms,
This guy will.
and auspex.
He's since.
And two.
You had 2 successes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Holy shit. This guy rolled all successes, so...
No.
Yeah, that's a clear miss. You didn't see any dust. You didn't see any blood. The shot rings out, but no joy.
Okay, here's an ask. What about Extinguish Vitae? Or is this like the one attack per turn kind of deal we're doing?
Yeah, that's going to be quite a bit of preparation to... I think you asked about this prior.
Oh, it's line of sight. Yeah, it's line of sight.
Well, no,
you
it's not
asked
just...
about this the first time we met Becky.
Yeah, it's not it's not necessarily a line of sight thing, but it's like a ritual, right? It's not a spell. It's like you have to prepare and gather little things about you and make some incantations, and I don't know. When I've seen it used in LA by Night, it was like a whole thing where Josephine McAdam like acted out like having blood in like a chalice, and she had to spin it really fast and do all these things. It's like
okay.
We're talking
It's
minutes
like
of runtime here.
It's not a dart. Okay, it's
it's not Eldritch Blast. That is for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I shoot and then go back in.
Okay.
Fuck.
At this point, excuse me, you all hear car approach
Oh.
and skid to a halt. Who else are her? That's just the two of them. What the fuck? All right. And this car sort of skids to a halt, and out pop the other two. Oops. Members of the Anarch group here. Angela and Ash. And it was Ash driving, you can tell, because it was artful and lots of tire smoke was involved, and the car is now perfectly parked after having come to a complete stop. But they fly out, and both of them cover half of this field in a single sort of turn. Both of them clearly have a celerity power. But they are beelining and seemingly unconcerned with being in the open. The extremely large mountain lion has now crested the edge of the parapet and makes a straight line, Madeline, for where you had pointed to. And although he's sort of on the far side of the lighthouse, you peek back from your prone position up to the top and see the head of this mountain lion just peek around, and in one clean motion, the head turns sideways, the jaws open, and clamp down on what now vanishes from invisibility as the Nosferatu Nicholas, who I need to reveal. Up on the top of the lighthouse. Select and move. Okay. Why can't I move him? I can't move anybody. Here.
Wrong layer?
Oh, yeah, I'm on a wrong layer. Thank you. Okay.
She bad.
And
How?
what happens is the jaws clamp down, and I should basically make a couple of opposed rolls here, yada yada. But I like it better as the end result is the jaws get purchase on the Nosferatu, and the mountain lion flings him off the top of the lighthouse, getting quite a good distance. And what happens is the Nosferatu does a couple of flips in the air and then lands back first into the fence,
Oh, shit.
completely destroying a section. Unfortunately, he didn't land on one of the posts, which would have been nice. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers, and he is in a bad way. You've never seen him before other than the one picture, but having falling roughly 100 feet to the ground, you can imagine that that was some serious damage he just took. And the wolf, dire wolf, that had been circling peels off and just goes straight for him. Making contact with the prone Nosferatu and clamping onto an arm. And just begins the, you know, pit bull, Rottweiler, German Shepherd, whatever breed you want to think about, death snap, right? Back and forth with blinding speed, threatening to snap this thing's arm off. But it doesn't give. And you are watching this, and everybody has enough awareness to realize that, you know, this Nosferatu is still very dangerous. So, not over yet. Back to the top of the round. Madeline, do you have an idea of what you might like to do now that you've seen the tide definitely turn against this Nosferatu?
I take notice of, like, roughly the area he probably fell, and I, like, roll over a little bit closer to an area that he's a little farther away from. Because I am so done with this shit. I already did a fucking ton. I want to take a nap.
You are done with this.
You could
I'm
try
done.
rousing.
Everyone else can deal with this bullshit. I already did enough. I'm laying down on the floor.
You could
I'm
try
waiting for someone to pick up my disgusting looking not corpse and haul ass back to that disgusting smelling house and make sure that either I die or I don't die.
Well said. I mean, it's I feel it. And
You could try bending.
yeah, the girls coming up here at hyperspeed, you could swear both of them see you, and there's a facial expression that changes, and from what you remember Ash and what you remember Ash and Angela looking like, they certainly look more feral, but when Ash in particular sees you, looking as you do, there's a determined look. She goes from being businesslike to being a little bit more emotional and bares her fangs a little bit more when she looks to you and then away, and they power even faster. And so when their turn comes up, you'll see that.
I mean, I did give her a flower.
She is pissed that people are getting hurt here. This is not cool. Both of them are motivated now to clean this fucking mess up, and yeah, it's bad. Okay, so
I want to do one last thing.
Yeah,
and I just
absolutely.
want to do like an okay symbol before my arms unceremoniously like falls back to the ground, and I'm just like, I'm taking a nap.
100%. They see that, and there's a determined nod. Yep, they get it. You'll see that they're gonna run by you and say stuff, but yeah, both of them see that. Okay, Becky.
Critical information. Is the rifle down with them, or is the rifle still up here? Please say the rifle is up here.
You have no idea because you just made it to the top. And
Run all the way up the stairs, gotta run all the way back down the stairs.
I knew this was gonna happen, and I tried not to laugh. But okay, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is you make it to the top parapet, and you bust out the door, and you're looking around real quick for anything that's up here, and you brace. But yeah, I'm assuming you would just get to the top and just kick the door open, or
Yep.
what? Yeah, okay.
The
Well,
claymore says,
I'm sorry. It's definitely a claymore goes off in your
"Oh
face.
shit! I'm sorry, Fred."
He had two, and he
I
used
knew
them.
it.
So
Fucking Battlefield
I
Four.
asked you.
Yeah, what's patience here? So what?
Yeah, so that what I gave Caleb before was just straight 8, superficial half to 4.
How would you even check for a claymore?
It's the type of thing that I think what you would do is you'd kick the door open and hide to the side. You know, you wouldn't kick the door open and stand in the doorway after having done it, right?
Yeah.
And to be perfectly honest, I mean, I don't really want to give you this damage. I want to say that you're fully aware that Caleb got his face or his pelvis blasted off, and that you would have had the presence of mind should you choose to execute the maneuver I just described. So, I mean, is that okay, or do you want to
That's
just
fine.
eat it? Okay. So you make it to the top, and remembering the awful thing that happened to Caleb, yeah, you grab the shotgun and you actually rifle butt the door and swing your body back to the wall next to the doorway, and sure enough, kaboom, and like the opposite wall just peppered, right? So 30 steel balls, 3/4 inch steel balls, right into that far wall. Big blast of flame goes by you. The heat you feel off the right hand side of your body, and then you poke your head back through and look around for some kind of target up there, and there's just nothing. So I'm assuming you head to the edge and look for your friends, or what's going on?
Yeah, obviously the thing went kaboom. Went out looking for okay, Nosferatu. I know you owe me money. How did that Moon Knight meme go? Jack, I know you're in here.
you start humming a little tune and like rack the shotgun again, and yeah. Okay, so what happens is you glance around, you glance over the side, and what draws your attention is actually the noise above you as you come out this door, because the giant fucking mountain lion thing is still there, scratch, trying to get better purchase after having thrown this guy off, and its eyes are deadlocked on Nicholas. So immediately upon realizing that this thing is there with you, first you're kind of like, oh shit, okay, I'm here with this thing now. But then second, you notice it's not really interested in you, and it's got its eyes locked on something. So you follow its gaze again, using all of that firearm skill that you had before with Madeline pointing, and follow it down, and sure enough, some carnage down there, and you piece together what happened. It flung Nicholas off the top there, and now you can see it clearly. Nasty looking Nosferatu, really gangly. Again, that metal piece over its mouth. Also not looking so good, prone. Direwolf kind of tearing at one of its arms, and sure enough, the rifle is there with it.
With Nikki.
Yes.
Darn.
Yeah. The rifle made the journey with the man.
It's 100-something feet up, and who knows how far wide. I mean, how far?
So I'll give you another sort of free action here. Is there action you can think of? So I could recommend a few.
That probably would be helpful, because right now it's like, okay, I gotta run all the way up to run all the way down.
It's time for Tits Gun.
Tits Gun. You think Tits Gun's gonna be able to shoot far enough?
Absolutely.
All right, yeah.
It's 100 feet. 9mm shot, 100 feet. You can do this no problem. Even with the guy struggling against this wolf, it's not that far. It's a typical police range. You should
Okay.
be able to. You should be able to make that sight picture and take that shot.
You could do a
Super.
funny one-liner.
If you got a great one-liner idea, let me know. That's all I can think out is.
No, it's all you. It's all you.
It's-
Tits go.
Oh, I got a decent one.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna basically hold the shotgun kind of in one hand while I pull out the Glock out of the
Ooh.
front with the other hand
Dynamic.
and say, "Not lights out, Nikki."
Oh.
And shoot.
Oh. You get a bonus die for that, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So do your it's Dex plus firearms, and then I don't think you have
Full
any
size plus
powers or anything, right? Yeah. You can do a full size plus one.
one. Yeah, no extra powers specifically.
Okay. So he is prone and no cover. And lose turn. Okay, so that doesn't apply. So then, excuse me. What'd you roll there? Oh, big number. Oh, there's a lot of dice, but 4 successes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So excuse me. Let me make his roll, which is athletics. So that should be that, and then we're subtracting 2, and that should be it. Totally failed. No onks at all. So that's full damage. Whatever you rolled, 4. And then you're shooting a 9mm, so that's +3. So that's 7. Have to. Okay, cool. So he took that much. Let's see here. And then that one, and then he had from the fall. Okay, he's looking pretty rough. Where'd you shoot him?
I am aiming kind of away from the dog because if it's at the arm, right? I'm trying to go more forward.
And the dog, it's really easy to miss the dog because the dog's pulling away, right? So he's trying to, yeah.
So
where'd you
mainly
shoot
the
him?
other center mass and the other side of.
Okay, chest. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You line it up, close one eye, holding the shotgun in the other hand, offhand shooting, right? Don't even need the second hand to brace.
Mm-hmm.
You pretty squarely hit him in the chest. You see a little blood spray, but you know you're effective, and you know it's not the rifle shot where his chest is exploding, but like you're doing damage. This is bad. It's looking really bad for him. So effective, and good catchphrase. Okay, Caleb, you manna from heaven, man. This guy just fell right next to you, and the wolf took off and is just attacking him. And then you hear another gunshot, and you hear it hit, and it's right in his chest. And it's like, this guy, it's time to pile on this guy. Also, yeah, he looks fucking terrifying. You're as close as anyone here. There's no way this guy could go out in public for any reason unless you were in Vegas or somewhere in Mexico, because everywhere else people are gonna shit their pants when they see this guy. Unless or Hollywood or whatever, right? If somebody thinks he's making a movie, but that's it. So and he's got a nice chest wound now. The wolf is going to town on his arm. His back and legs look kind of jacked up from the fall. What are you doing?
Gonna shoot at the other arm.
His arm. So the dog has his left arm.
Mm-hmm.
The rifle is in his right.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's definitely want to try and disable that right arm.
Okay. So you're called shot on the right arm.
Yes.
That is rather difficult to do. I'll just warn you. The called shot, especially for a limb, that's going to be very difficult.
Ooh, that's right.
I don't remember exactly what the.
Actually, here's a dumb question. Is he
Mhm.
within walking distance of me?
Absolutely.
So you know how the claymore kind of blew everything up in front of it? Where's that big metal, uh, the big metal thing you have to lift up for the door?
The
'Cause I'm-
door was not in the way of the explosion. What happened was you opened the door inward, and the claymore was some distance behind it. And
Oh,
when the door reached a certain degree of opening, which I'm imagining was about 70 or 80 degrees, the claymore went off
Mhm.
and minor damage to the door. And it was also kind of a low explosion, as I said before, so it wouldn't have
yeah.
been as high as the latch.
Does anything nearby look like I could stake Nicholas with?
Absolutely. That octagon gating that he fell on, all wood. All wood.
Oh,
Plenty of wood around him,
Hmm.
splintered and ready to go. You could
Cool.
walk over and probably find a piece of wood to stake this guy with, no problem.
let's
Like-
do that.
Claim
Sure.
your stake on the hunt.
Sure. Let's go. Yeah, push your
I am-
token over,
That's what
and then
you're staking your claim.
wah, wah, wah. For
Oh.
staking, I
Just-
think it's supposed to be melee, right?
Oh shit, I don't have any in melee and also I'm physically impaired.
Do you have any brawl?
Yes, I have 3 in brawl.
Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say that you can do a brawl check, and what that will do is allow you to pull like a jiu-jitsu type move. So you would essentially be doing the people's elbow on this guy, running up to him and dropping down on him. But then the goal would be like armbar with the arm
Mhm.
that's holding the gun. And the next round, I would give you a very easy stake check. But if you just walk up to the guy and try and stake him outright, he's going to fight it. And it's going to be a melee check.
So jujitsu grapple to set up for...
Yeah, jiu-jitsu this round for an easy melee next round, or just go for the melee and try and stake him right now.
Let's go for the jujitsu.
Okay. So you're going to do strength plus brawl or dexterity plus brawl, your choice. And he will fight that with...
So would it be possible to burn a willpower point to ignore the impairment? I think
No,
that's something you can do.
I will give you the willpower to re-roll.
Okay.
So he's gonna be 2 there. So this is.
Ooh, that's not good.
And so that's minus 1 for that, and then minus 1 for that, and
Ooh.
I think that's it. So he, what did you roll? Oh, you rolled a, wait a minute. You only have 4 dice
I'm
for brawl
impaired.
plus strength? Oh, you are.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, he is also impaired, but... Oh, did you... How many did you get? 1? Oh, he got 2. Actually, 3.
Oh.
Yeah, so... what happens is, you go for the jiu-jitsu move, basically trying to roll into rolling armbar on this thing, and he's fairly proficient with sort of spec ops, sort of ground and pound.
I have overestimated how wounded he is.
Yeah, well, he's a 4
And his
plus
skill,
He's a 4+4 athletics and strength, so it's not like he's a pushover.
Yeah,
But he is losing a lot of dice for the aggravated wounds that he took, as well as being prone. But yeah, that was a pretty bad roll. Anyway, you end up sort of in the melee there, right? So the dire wolf's pulling on one side, you're struggling with a gun on the other. Regardless of whether you're able to stake him next round or not, it's looking really stupid for him. Like he's got people pulling at every limb, right? It's really not looking great. Well done regardless. Let's see here. So I think that's the three of you, and I can rip through the rest of everybody's turn for NPCs here. So first of all, like I said, Madeline, Ash and I keep forgetting her name, Angela, I believe. Yes, Ash and Angela are blurry running by you, but they stop briefly for half an eye blink, right? And Ash had seen your kind of high sign okay, but she still turns to you and she says, "Get to my car. Go to the car."
Oh shit.
Yep. So she...
Mom's yelling at me.
Yeah, no, it's not a yell. She's like concerned. Like she's telling you where refuge is, right? And as you look back, it's like a Suburban, blacked out, very late model, big wheels and tires, although more tire than wheel, as should be. It's not a mall crawler. This is serious. But it looks like almost like a military vehicle if it weren't so shiny, right? So you get the picture. She's like, get to my car. And then the brief moment is gone and they are on the sky with you. And suffice to say, that plus the massive mountain lion running downhill on the top of the Hatteras Lighthouse, and they don't necessarily start tearing this guy apart, but they subdue him very quickly. And so that is going to essentially be the end of combat, and you have captured Nicholas the Nosferatu. And we can totally end there and do a wrap-up session later, or we can keep going or do whatever you want to. But I want to ask and see if everybody's fading fast or what's going on.
I'll leave it, my neutral vote.
Abstaining?
Neutral vote.
Okay.
I'm up for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much longer it's going to be. Maybe another, 30 minutes or...
I have literally no idea what's going to happen after this. This is uncharted waters, but I really, kind of love these little characters and stuff that you guys are... This is cool. So I can either keep going with a real role play of this, and I know all these characters. I mean, you guys have really done a great job, and it's really helped me to flesh out these NPCs. So I can keep going as if we were just playing total session, or I can just summary, credits roll and describe to you what happens.
So my brain's out thinking it's 11, and I would like to go to bed soon.
My brain is thinking I might have to pull an all-nighter tonight to finish something.
So,
Wow.
summary?
Yeah.
What? Okay, how about this? I have a suggestion. What if we had the summary, and then the next session could be the beach episode.
Sure.
That sounds cool. I like that.
Sure. Yep.
Yay,
So
people like me.
So the summary is Ash and friends are gonna pick this guy up and strip him of all his weapons, which they will throw down into a pile, and Mweru reforms from the body of this massive mountain lion. And you can tell that he was a shapeshifter of sorts. And the dire wolf comes over to him after this occurs, and there's a bond of affection there you can see, and he sort of pats the dire wolf on the head and scratches a little bit, and then the wolf is sort of released, and it just bolts into the woods. Ash and Angela hold on to this Nosferatu, sort of struggling a little bit because this is guy is really strong, and he's basically just a snarling mess at this point, and just struggles a lot. And Weru still retains a lot of his strength and looks to the rest of you, and you converse on what this meant to the local power dynamic. And what you all managed to gather is that upon further interrogation, he was a sort of Camarilla plant within the SEAL Team 6 secret base that's in the Southern Virginia beach area, just north of here. That's actually part of the Outer Banks, but it's in Virginia. And what happened was he decided he didn't want to do that anymore, because the only thing worse than being a spec ops soldier in that environment and not being able to tell people what you do is being a spec ops soldier in that environment and being a vampire and not being able to see the light of day ever, or talk to anyone, or do anything social at all, ever. And you're not quite sure how he got into that position. Like, how far up the chain does that actually go, where they're going to use a Nosferatu as part of the U.S. military? But you couldn't really get that out of... I mean, that's just a place that he wouldn't go, and you kind of got the feeling that you could stake him and put him in torpor and he'd still never tell you. Mm-hmm. But when you search the lighthouse, you find quite a few full-sized 150-pound gold bars, U.S. stamped, that this guy was running with. And you're not sure exactly how that all goes down, but very interesting. And Ash is looking at that situation, and you all wrap up, and basically she says, well, this guy is going to get the sun, number one. Number two, we're going to take that gold and we're going to make like the pirates did and bury it on the ocean sands. And none of you, which points to all of you, are going to peep a word of that gold to anyone. But your blood hunt has concluded, and inform your prince that it was a success, and I will give you any effects or clothing or any of this guy's weapons, should you choose to keep them, as proof. But we are burning this guy tomorrow. This, you know, when morning comes, this guy's going to be staked to the sand and he will meet the sun. And that is sort of where I'd like to leave this session for maximum utility going forward, should we choose to keep going.
I have some questions.
She's also very thankful to y'all, by the way. She...
Oh, good.
Yeah, she doesn't maintain such an arrogant air about her. And Mweru is sort of... You get a lot of pity. Especially Madeline gets a lot of pity. Because he's like, well, listen, you know, I definitely think I could have taken this guy, but had I had to run through the fucking claymores and 3 shots of 308 to the face, I would not be happy about it, and you did that. And so they're like, we don't really owe you, but we respect what you did, and if you find yourselves, you know, in need of help for some reason or another, keep the number. Keep the number. We'll be there.
It was so stupid, it worked.
That is the best way to play tabletop roleplay. Absolutely the best. So, well done, guys.
I do have questions for player characters, like outside of character. So my first question is, as we are like, let's say it's the beginning of a beach episode or something, everybody's pretty much healed up except for some patches of skin here or there, right? How does your character feel about all of the other characters we've encountered?
Oh, I don't want to record this, do I?
Maybe, I don't know.
Do you really want to do this? Because it's kind of, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm curious.
like a debrief of how everyone felt about everyone's character? Like, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that's-
I mean, I wouldn't want to do this and then continue with this as a campaign, as it were, because that's kind of telling. I mean, don't you want to discover
Yeah.
that?
At the same time, it's kind of like when I think beach episode, I think something very calm as like a close to it, and then the debrief is the like like the freeze frame where they like
PowerPoint presentation afterwards, like, hey, this is what happened.
this is what happened 2 years later. They got married and had 15 kids.
All right. Well, I'll transition out then, and we can do this.
Yeah, it was
Are you cool with that, Shred?